Okay, what's up, guys? I think my audio just did something really weird. Yes, it did.
Okay, I don't know if you guys just heard anything weird happen with the audio. My headphones just changed keys. This happens every couple months on a stream. The key changed in the music, and then I think it changed my microphone. So let me know if you can hear me okay through this mic. I think we're good now. Okay, what's up? Let's get tonight started. Actually, I'm going to be real with you at the top of this stream. I have no idea what I'm doing tonight. I mean, we're just going to see how this goes. Because this is, as the description says, I don't know if I have it in front of me. What did I write? Something to absolve myself of any responsibility is what I wrote in the description of this video. The most unstructured, non-binding whiskey of the year tasting with results delayed until next week. Super serious stuff. So that's what we're doing tonight. We're not doing a top 10, 20, 50, 100, 300. We're not going to taste all these things and rate them and come up with some order tonight. But I am going to go through all the bottles and samples, actually. I'm going to pull samples tonight, too. So I've got stuff on a table here. I've got, obviously, this table's covered. We're going to go through these things. I think the best place to start is to kind of eliminate things from contention. And then, basically starting on Monday, I'm going to start dropping videos one per day, counting down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, my top 5 of the year. And yeah, so I think the best way to do this is going to be to start with eliminations, which then will probably end up becoming, if I gave them some title, an honorable mention of some sort. So we'll kind of roll with that formula for tonight. We're probably not going to go in proof order or anything like that, because that's just not the way that this is going to be able to work. We're going to have to mix high and low proofs as we go. I'll probably spit some. I'll probably drink some. You know, I've got to be careful with how I do it tonight, but I'm not going to be assigning scores or anything like that. Tonight is more just like a preview, a preliminary tasting to kind of get my head around this. And hopefully along the way, you know, you guys, whoever's hanging out in the live chat, we can discuss some of these pours, some of their merits, what you guys think of them, if you had the chance to try them. Yeah, and then, you know, whatever ends up being my top 5 of the year, which is not something I've ever really done before on the channel, whatever ends up in those positions, it's not going to end up there. It's not going to be a formulaic thing. It's not a point system. To me, again, like, my criteria is, could I force myself to stop drinking the bottle? Or could I just not put it down? You know, what's the concentration of flavor like at the given proof? Stylistically, do I like it? You know, there's got to be a subjective element in this. So, you know, it's not going to be some top 5 that I'm going to say you should really pay attention to this. It's just for me, and it's just for whoever cares that watches the channel. So that's kind of the goal. Oh, geez. Okay, everybody said it was wonky at first, but I think the sound is good now. Cool. Let me grab a sample of Eagle Rare Store Pick. I've still got some left from William Molnar. I want to get my palate warm with that. Okay, we'll roll with this one. William sent me 2 of these. Yeah, we'll roll with this one. This one's almost empty. So we'll get the show started with the little Eagle Rare Store Pick. This is just a one sipper. So let me know what you guys are sipping on this evening. If you have any of these pours that you see in front of you or off to the side in your glass, let me know what you got in there. And yeah, as you can see on the scrolly thing on the banner tonight, no giveaway. We're not going to do a giveaway tonight. But any kind of super chats, of course, are appreciated. And everything that goes into the channel, everything financially that goes into the channel goes right back into getting whiskey for reviews and doing giveaways and everything. So it's, you know, I can say to you guys pretty assuredly I'm not making any money on this, you know, at this point. So I've called it the 2024 Drums and Drams Channel Whiskey Fund. There we go. What's up, Lynn? Good to see you, man. And yeah, since there's no giveaway tonight, we missed your super chat last time. That's totally my mistake, and we will roll over double your entries to the next giveaway because of our mistake. Yeah, we'll get that sorted out. So we will get this show on the road. Hit that like button if you guys are in here. And let's get a few more folks hanging out. I know it's Saturday. It's not the regular night, but I think some people will be interested as we go through these tastings, especially once we get to the George T. Staggs, the Rebecca Creeks, the 13th Colony, which, yes, I know all the stuff circulating on that. I got to be very careful. I think I've had enough drama on the channel for 1 week. Just the week. We next week we could drop some more. We can drop some more videos that are gonna have people calling me the C word in my comment section. Which, by the way, I'm telling you guys, go read through some of the comments on the Elijah Craig videos. Some people have been really nice. Some people have kind of defended the channel against some of these people, and then some of them are just ruthless. I'll tell you that. I know this is the price you pay to like put videos out on the internet and all that and say, look at me. I get it. It comes with the territory, but man, I always forget how ruthless people can be on the internet. And so thanks to those of you who have kind of jumped in there, and I go in and I fight some of those fights as well on the channel, and I always do it with respect. I never personally attack, and in fact, I've gotten, I think at this point, 4 apologies from people that have said really, really mean things. Some of those comments I hid because they don't even need to see the light of day. And then some of those comments I left up for people to see. Like, I think the one where this dude calls me the C word, I left that one in there. You know, it's like the world can see this one. That's fine. But kill them with kindness and explain yourself, and that's the best you can do, I think. All right, enough of that. Truman says, now can A23... You need the 4th digit. A23 jump into contention now. Yeah, actually, I'm going to throw it in tonight. Mark Vasco, yeah, what to drink tonight, man? Anything and everything for me. What's up, Christine, Roscoe, Jason? Jason. No 100 samples here. Guy, yes, year of the micro batch. If anybody has a hookup with a t-shirt place that can do like made to order stuff, so I don't have to buy a bunch up front. If anyone has a hookup with a t-shirt place that are going to be able to print good quality stuff, I would love to do a micro batch shirt. Just a little drop for anybody that wants those. That would be pretty hilarious. Jason, as team replay, I will most likely catch the rest of the stream live while I eat lunch tomorrow. Cheers, Cam, for providing high quality. Well, let's hope it's high quality. Right now, well, the Elijah Craig drama, I don't know what the quality is on it, but certainly it's entertainment. Cheers, guys. Tim needs to find an A23 to compare my A22. They're out there. I'm going to keep scrolling. Oh, and Tim also says 2 bottles that are going to appear tonight in this massive tasting. K-Luke 7 and still Austin High Rye Bottled and Bond. One thing I'm going to do between the 2 K-Lukes batch, I've got 7 and I've got 5 actually pulled. That might be where we start our tasting tonight because I want to at least right away eliminate a K-Luke because I don't want to have 2 K-Lukes in the finals. It doesn't make any sense. They're all pretty similar. They're pretty close, but I like 5. I like 7. 6 is probably the lesser of the 3 batches on a real quick side-by-side I did last night. All right, going to keep scrolling. Cheers, guys. City Bourbon says Eagle Rare 10 is great. It is great. D. Willett, have to have an A22 to compare to the A23 that I need. Does that mean you need both of them? Or maybe I can't read tonight. I am tired. I'm a little tired tonight. John Cloud, best your mom's insult. Your mom's a micro batch. Oh God, I love micro batch. It's been chaos this week. Even jumping into Matt Porter's stream last night, it's like this stuff comes up. I jumped into Jason's on Wednesday. Boom, this stuff comes up. It's like definitely no 13th Colony investigation gonna happen, or else I'll start getting death threats or something. Although I don't even know what the deal is on that. The article was certainly very one-sided and very presumptuous. But I will say, after scouring their website and seeing some email exchanges, it also looks slippery. That's the word I would say. All the verbiage that's been used is slippery, and that sets off alarm bells, particularly when the whiskey, which, look, when I actually opened the double oaked and the Junkies picks on whatever streams those were, I remember saying these are not labeled straight bourbon, and that seems odd to me. The website says so, but if you don't have it on the label, that's kind of strange. And the label is the legality in this situation, not the website. So, yeah, anyways, I don't know what to think of that, but I am going to keep asking questions. I'm going to send an email. I'm going to see if I can get someone from 13th Colony to come on the channel and we can do an interview. I don't know if they'll say yes, or, you know, if they're into that idea or not, but they did email me after the last live stream I did when I said something about maybe they're using extra oak in their single barrels, and they emailed me, but they didn't address that. They just said we don't use coloring or artificial flavors, but they didn't say we don't use extra oak, which was really my question. And I know we don't need to go fully down this rabbit hole right now, but the other thing is people are talking about whether they source or not. I don't really care if they source. I would like more transparency about it, for sure. I care more about the color of the whiskey and the flavor profile, which is like a one-of-one situation, period. I think we can all agree on that. Truman, and that's what I don't want, I don't want that to become a formula, but I also don't want to shy away from making videos about stuff, hopefully things that are a little more concrete than the Elijah Craig thing, hopefully. I think I think you should be able to talk about these things, but of course you got to be careful with how you word it, and I don't want the next time I make a video that addresses some sort of issue to be like, oh, you're doing this again. So that's why it's like, maybe I should put some space between those things. Exactly, it's just whiskey. Yeah, I am wearing the same outfit, but when I say the same outfit, I wear a black t-shirt every day. So this flannel, I just threw over the back of the chair in this room, and I just throw it over my black t-shirt. You know, I'm in my joggers, or you know, whatever you want to call them, sweatpants. Black tee always. When I'm at home, this is what I wear, and then I just throw a flannel over it. So yeah. It's, you know, I'm not sitting here sweating my face off or anything. Lynn says, Cam, did you hear about Matt Porter on his stream talking about? I promise I'm gonna taste whiskey here in a second, guys. I'm sorry. We're just hanging. It's a Saturday night. We're hanging out. Hit that like button if you haven't already, please. I'm warming my palate up. It's my first whiskey of the night. I don't want to go into all this cold. Lynn, I don't remember I don't know if I remember those two important things, or if I maybe didn't even see them. You'll have to remind me. Oh, wow. Just visited Irene Tan. That's a legend in the industry. Very cool. No, Travis. Yeah, so can someone drop, or can you not drop links in the chat? I don't remember. William Molnar asks, anyone have a link? I think it's on the Bourbon Culture. Is that who? Guys, remind me if that's it. If it's on the Bourbon Culture. Scott JG says that 13th sourced article is garbage. The article wasn't written particularly great or particularly well, but the questions are valid questions because of the lack of transparency and the lack of labeling on the bottles for straight bourbon, for distilled by. So they are extremely valid questions, and other people have been asking those questions before we knew that it was a big controversy from the article. Months ago, I was asking those questions on a live stream, which is why they emailed me, but they didn't really clear up my questions. They just kind of said no flavoring, no coloring. I'm open to whatever the situation is. Maybe the climate down there in that warehouse really is that crazy, and they really are getting whiskey that's black. I have no idea. Yeah, Guy, I did see the email that confirms that they source, and again, it's like I don't mind that at all. But yeah, the labeling and the straight bourbon issue and the possibility of, let's just say, extra oak, for instance. Who knows? Or extra maple, because I know they use maple in one of their, I think they're double oak. You know, they haven't really addressed that necessarily. City Bourbon. Okay, we're about to get into it now. We are warm. 3 very small sips of Eagle Rare. We're going to start with this K-Luke side by side. Let's knock one of these out between batch 5 and batch 7. And let me run down for you very quickly what we do have here. Mods can drop links, says Mark. I don't have the actual chat pulled up. I just have it on StreamYard. Mark, can I mod you? Let's see. Got it. Mark, can I mod you, man? Just in case you can... Yeah, there we go. Standard. I didn't know there were choices for moderator. I just made you a standard moderator, Mark, if you have the link. If not, you know, I can make someone else a mod to drop it. Okay. So let's run down some of the bottles I have on the table here that I've been, you know, I've been keeping this list throughout the year. I went back and tried to find if there were things that I was missing. I think I'm pretty well taken care of at this point. So let's run this down. Yeah. All right, so we've got Sagamore 8-year rye, which I think is, we can all agree these are fantastic bottles. I have 2 13th Colonies up here, which either one of these could absolutely win Whiskey of the Year for me. I've got the double oaked here with very little left. I have a backup in the basement, and I have the Junkies 10-year pick. And I have a hard time choosing between them, so I'm going to have to make some choices on that. But 2 13th Colony, and I know, again, they're embroiled in whatever this controversy is. At the end of the day, I love the whiskey. And so I do want answers to these things. That would be nice. But I also just love the whiskey. We've got a Rebecca Creek 16-year with very little left. This was technically released December 15th of 2022. But this may as well be a 2023 bottle in my eyes. Overholt 10-year, which I know the Parker's Heritage beat it, but this is going to get a nod into the discussion at least because of the price point, because of the decent availability. I also have here, because I don't have a 1924 Old Forester just yet, they're just now dropping. I have a 9-year bottled in bond in the 117 series. I think this was a great bottle. 3 samples sitting over here. The River Roots single barrel that I tasted the other night, the port finish 146 proof. I'm telling you, this could win Whiskey of the Year for me as well. This is incredible whiskey. They actually reached out to me. They saw the live stream, surprisingly, and they asked for a clip of me talking about it, so I need to go through and make that for them. Russell's 13 Batch 4, which is... We're going to taste this tonight head-to-head up against the Camp Nelson F. So both of these have to be in the discussion. I don't have a Russell's Batch 5. It kind of is what it is, guys. Again, the 2K Lukes. We got George T. Stagg 2023 in the running. Remus Gatsby. I did say I have a hard time with this at 200, but I still think it's great whiskey. So let's throw it in the mix. The always dramatic Elijah Craig C923 A233 laser code. Still Austin High Rye Bourbon. Cannot get enough of this. Discovery 11, and I actually forgot this was a 2023 thing. Jack Single Barrel Proof Rye. That, of course, has to make it in. Now, forgot to pull this. We've got 2 Stags to take a look at. 22 and 23A. We've done it blind. It was nearly a tie. 23A edged it out, but I would like to... You know, maybe retaste them tonight. We probably won't get to all of this. That's okay. We have 6 more. After the other night's blind flight, I have to put Claremont above Boston. I like Boston unblind, but we're going to go with the blind results on this one. And because, I mean, my list, again, is not some formalized thing, I thought about just going with Boston, but this is the time I'm going to go with the blind result. You know I love this Junkies Rye 1. One of the best ryes I've ever tasted. I just think it's great. That's in the mix. Peerless High Rye. I'm a little wishy-washy on including single barrels, but why not? This is, again, shooting from the hip list. So Green River, another Junkies pick. That makes 3 Junkies picks. They're my friends. They're not paying me, I promise you. That Green River pick is special. Matt Porter's Boulder pick, I think, deserves a place in here, especially with a different style. with that high malt content, I think 45%. And then finally, of course, the always talked about Michter's 10-year A batch 2023. So that's everything that's in front of me. And I just want to knock some things out first, and we'll do the tastings fairly quickly if we can. There we go, Toshi. I got to it. Toshi, I'm going to see if I can go up and visit them. I'm not sure what the operation is like up there, but I would love to visit and just see what's going on, you know? Marshall, do you think the C923 is an issue with marrying the batch? I do think if there are consistency issues, I've got to put all the disclaimers out, you know? Careful how I word it. That now, given the information we know, that they come off the same bottling line seemingly, that's what the A letter stands for, and that the vats that Heaven Hill has are large enough to sustain or to hold all of a single batch. That's another thing that's kind of been thrown around now, is that they have vats large enough to put all the barrels in at one time, even for a 40,000 bottle release, which we don't know exactly how big the batch was. So yes, my assumption would be that if there is any issue, that the issue would stem from the batch marrying together, because I don't think there's any active agitation or blending in the tanks. That is also conjecture, but that's my assumption. Oh, and I missed the Still Austin. Sorry, the other one, the bottled in. Almost said bottled in blonde. That's my wife. Bottled in bond blue corn. That'll be a little side by side action too. Yes, Mark Vasco threw up the link there, guys. So it's a bourbon culture link. And again, this article is not confirmed. So people might say that I'm here spreading misinformation. I'm not. You're going to see it one way or the other probably. And that article is completely unconfirmed, but it does raise interesting points, you know, when you're looking at things there. But there's a lot of assumption going on. Travis, I'll mod you too, man. 100%. The screen is very small. Sorry. I think I did it. Okay, here we go. Let's do this first side by side. So that K-Luke 5 video that I did, I fell in love with that batch. Batch 5 I thought was amazing, 119.4 proof. Here's batch 7 at 116.4 proof. Wow. That was a little heavier of a pour. Let's put some of that back. All right, so let's get on with it now. Start making some decisions. Toshi, thank you so much, man. $50 Venmo super chat. I appreciate that, man. Cheers to you. Next drink is for you. Don't think there's a giveaway, but want to send some love either way. Cheers, Cam. Hope you and Sarah are having a good end to 2023. Yeah, man, we cooked together tonight, which is hilarious. Both of us cooking is hilarious. She made bison meatballs with some, like, I don't know, some cheese sprinkled in, I guess. It's good, very good. And I made this kind of like really spiced up, not hot spicy, but just cumin, lots of different spices, shrimp, and then we had some wine with it. We had some Greek wine, so just kind of went all over the place tonight. But Tony Mendoza with a super chat. Would you trade a Weller 12 for a 1792? Actually, Tony, I've never tried the 1792. So if anybody else in the chat has an opinion, please post it for Tony, because I like Weller 12. I've actually got one on the way right now, 2023. Breaking Bourbon had a great review of it, and I'm like, you know what? Let's do a formal review of Weller 12. So that is on the way. Lynn says it's a very one-sided article. Yeah, it takes no charitable interpretation of anything, so that's kind of an issue, you know? All right, this is batch 5. Batch 5 for me is like a little blueberry, blackberry action. Oak spice, bright white pepper oak spice. Almost feels a little bit like a blue corn whiskey, interestingly enough. Like, this reminds me of the New Riff blue corn, the Still Austin blue corn. It's got that kind of darker, just heavier, thicker smell to it, I guess. All right, and now batch 7. Oh, batch 7 is much sweeter, much more honey. Honey, like Asian pear almost. Honestly, a little malty in batch 7. So these are stylistically completely different. I would say the batch 7 is lively out of the glass and very obvious. It's not shy. Batch 5 a little more reserved, even at a higher proof. All right, taste batch 5 first. Len. The 2 points for Matt Porter. Number 1, whiskey is for sharing with people you love. And number 2, micro batches. I'll take it. If I found my way into the top 2 Matt Porter points, I'll freaking take it. All right, now batch 7. Okay, Luke. This is tough. That's a tough comparison. I think, strangely enough, I'm leaning towards batch 7 because batch 5 feels a little dead in the water. I actually like the notes on batch 5 more, but if I'm trying to be a little more objective on this comparison from a blending perspective, which is what K-Luke is known for doing, I think the better blend is batch 7. Just kind of how it came together, but it is a little bright and kind of malty for me. Bright honey malty, golden raisin. What did I say? Kind of like Asian pear. There's this overt sweetness to it. And batch 5 just feels like it's in the background. Like, do I just need more whiskey in the glass? It's just strange. It's closed off. All right. Well, I got to make a decision. So we're going to go K-Luke 7 is going to win out in this comparison. All right. I'm going to take some notes here. All right. Very strange. All right, let's do a natural next comparison, which is going to be the Still Austins. I'm going to pick a favorite of the High Rye Bottled and Bond and the Blue Corn Bottled and Bond. And I feel like the comparison is going to be very similar to the comparison that I just did, in the sense that we're going to have a darker, we're going to have a lighter, and it's going to really come down to blending construction of the whiskeys. So we were talking about that Weller 12 trade possibly for a 1792 High Rye. Lynn says I would take the High Rye. That K-Luke batch 5, I know people don't believe in the neck pour. I don't believe in that concept, but I do believe that whiskeys will open up once the bottle's been open a little bit longer. So I think part of the issue with that batch 5 is that it's a fresh crack. I think 2 days ago I opened it. Yeah, but this is the game we play. Okay, Still Awesome. We're just going to try to get some bottles off the table here. We'll reuse those glasses for this one. Peter, I'm going to start spitting. I forgot. I'm so used to not doing that I'm going to, I want to see. I don't want people to be able to see too much. Okay, if I just hold it up there, we're good. I don't want to be gross. So, Still Austin, both 100 proof, both bottled and bond. High Rye over here on your right. Blue Corn on your left. High rye, smoky, but bright grapefruit, bright melon. Yeah, interesting kind of herbal notes, almost like some sort of sage or oregano. There's some sort of green herb that I can't quite pin down in there. Whereas the blue corn, more reserved in the glass, a little buttery. And in this case, unlike the K-Luke comparison, I actually think the blue corn bottled and bond as the kind of more, as the darker choice of the two. It's not hiding in the glass like the K-Luke Batch 5 was. All down the chin. Good Lord. Now, as that as that Still Austin has opened up, there's a funky corn note to it now. And that was not really there before. As it's opened up, it's really showing that blue corn. So onto the high rye. I got to go high rye on this. I got to go high rye because it makes more sense. The high rye profile on the Still Austin makes more sense from front to back, development-wise, the way the spice interacts. It does have a young wood note to it, which is a little bit of a turnoff. But even with that, the flavors are very good. And I just think developmentally it's better. So we are going to have the same kind of outcome with the Still Austins as we have for the K-Lukes. The brighter batch wins, and they both win based on palate development, not necessarily based on flavors, although for the Still Austin, I do really like the high rye flavors. The K-Luke, not so much, but that's, yeah. So that's a little bit of me trying to be more objective on these two. So we'll pull that K-Luke back up here. Okay. Okay, I'm just... Oh, geez, guys. All right. I want to... Oh, I'm never going to live this down. Never going to live this down, huh? I want to get my spit bucket readily available just for you, man. As Archer used to say, phrasing. Yeah. Hello from Dallas says, Bass Spa. Hey, how's it going? Thanks for being here. Jay says, Sagamore 8 for the win. Maybe. We're not, again, tonight, guys, just a quick reminder, please hit that like button. But tonight, we are not picking a winner at the end of the stream. This is a preliminary tasting. Help me get my thoughts together for the videos that are going to come out next week. So I know if you're waiting around for the top winner, that's not going to happen. So, if that means you don't want to watch the stream, I totally understand. But we're doing this in, again, the most unstructured, non-binding whiskey of the year tasting with results delayed until next week. That's what we're doing. All right. Travis says my vote is for the Jack Daniels. Oh, Tim, yes, Jack 12. I did say. Thank you for that reminder. There were a few of those still on my phone that I didn't pull yet. That was one of them. The Remus Gatsby I did get. I just have too much crap all over the place right now. Make sure I got everything here. Rebecca Creek. Yep. Pinhook I've got behind me. Lux Row, too. Pinhook, Lux Row, and I had Cigar Cut. Old Elk Cigar Cut is not a whiskey of the year for me. I had it written down as an option earlier whenever I picked that up, but I don't think that's going to need to be in play. I think when it comes to finished whiskeys, we have only a few in the mix, but the few that we have are killers, and they would murder Old Elk Cigar Cut, in my opinion. Peter, unfortunately, I don't have a bottle or a sample left of the Maker's Cellar Age, so I am rolling with some. I am rolling with some samples tonight, which I know some people frown upon. If I've got it, I'll taste it. I'll throw it in this because this is a very unserious list. But I just don't have any more of that. I didn't want to pay secondary on it. DC, yeah, all American whiskeys tonight. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. Although we do have one high malt. And guys, there's one whiskey that's on the way right now, which unfortunately I can't taste tonight. They probably won't even make it into my videos, which is the Rare Character Exceptional series. I have two 15.5 years on the way and two 13.5 years. Those malt whiskeys from Kentucky, they're not going to make it in time. And also the new Old Stubborn is not going to make it in time. So those are going to just have to roll over to next year. Although the Rare Character was really a 2023 whiskey. So I'll say this. The one sample of the Rare Character 14 that I had from Matt, not from Matt Porter. No, it may have been. Whoever sent that first sample that I tried of the 14.5 year, one of the more famous picks, Liquor Barn maybe, that whiskey would probably break my top 5 if I had a bottle of it, but I just don't. Cellar aged is 1600 by Ken. Yeah, no way. Paul, the 13th Colony Rye from the Junkies is my least favorite of the bunch. I think it's over oaked. It feels like, I'm gonna tell you, it feels as if there's a lot of extra oak going on in that rye. Like, that's one of those whiskeys from 13th Colony that makes me scratch my head and go, is there something going on here? Because that rye is so it's oakier than the double oaked. So it feels like staves or spirals have been added. I mean, that's just what the flavor feels like. So I don't like that rye very much. I mean, I like to drink it, but it's just not a balanced whiskey by any stretch of the imagination. All right, let's move on. Let's check out... let's do this next. Let's eliminate a rye. So let's go Sagamore 8-year rye. We're eliminating similar things, and I think this is a fine strategy to kind of start this off. Sagamore 8-year rye versus the Junkies Virtue Rye 1, which, as I said just a second ago, is one of my favorite ryes I've ever tasted in my life. Not just for this. God, I do not want to spill my spit bucket onto the floor. That would just be a tragedy. It's a shame to spit out this Junkies rye. It's so freaking good. What's up, everybody that's jumping in right now? Thanks for being here. Do hit that like button if you don't mind. What's up, Guy? Thank you for the $10 super chat. Was considering Old Stubborn. Guy, I have 3 on the way. I don't know why I have 3 on the way, but I do. In case it's good enough for a giveaway, in case I love it, in case I have a friend that needs one. So don't feel like you need to snag one right away. If it ends up being great, I can talk to you and we could work something out. Or if it is still on the website at that point and I love it, then maybe you can snag it off the website and I can hang on to an extra one. So don't fret on that one. The stats look great, and Ed Bly is somebody that I would love to get on a live stream and talk about it when I do receive the bottle. So, we'll kind of stay tuned for that. All right, here we go. 2 ryes. The Junkies rye's coming in at 122 proof. The Sagamore is at 111. So there's a little proof advantage on the Junkies side. And then the other thing to note is that the Junkies rye is also a Sagamore rye. It is sourced from MGP, but it was stored at Sagamore. Both are crazy dark colors. Let's see what we get. This is Sagamore on your left. My God, that smells good. Root beer, it just big cola notes. I mean, that's really what it is. It's like cherry root beer cola. It's all sorts of like I'm not going to say that. On to the Junkies Rye. I'm not going to say that because William Molnar will have a field day with it. Junkies Rye is a little bit brighter, actually. A little more spicy, a little more citrusy, but still with those root beer notes. And the proof is evident. The proof bump is evident. You know, the more balanced nose between the two goes to the Sagamore. It's just blended so well. And because it's not a single barrel, there's some control over exactly what the final product is. So let's taste the Sagamore first. Sorry if that makes a terrible sound in the mic. One more sip of the Sagamore. That's even worse. Plunk. How do I mute my mic with a hotkey? I'll mute it every time I spit. What's the hotkey for that? Let's see. Hotkey, mute, unmute mic, Command D. No, it's going to be M. We're going to do M on that one. Beautiful. Okay. All right, on to the Junkies. The Junkies Rye on the palate is better. The flavors are more developed, more intense. Oh, and so, God, it's so full flavored. But the Sagamore wins on balance and wins on the nose. So what do you do with that? I'll tell you this. After 2 sips, back to back, very quickly, swirling around on the palate, spitting it, my palate is already like burning and kind of shot. Spitting actually hurts your palate. In my mind, for some reason, I have way more palate fatigue after those two back to back than I have at all this, you know, the remainder of the night before this. Like, I'm confused right now. God, this is really close. I mean, both being Sagamore, you can't really lose either way. I got to go Junkies. Sagamore's so close, though. And honestly, could stay in the running. But we're not here to beat a dead horse. So the Junkies Rye is going to stick around, live to see another day. Marshall says, "Where are the mustard crackers?" Honestly, I should have grabbed a little bit of food. I have some almonds in the kitchen. Yeah, Junkies, man. That rye is just something so special. Rye 1. You know, they said that Rye 2 might not have been quite up to snuff, but also Rye 1 was such a short barrel that some of those short barrels are so special. But yeah, again, it is a Sagamore bottle anyways, and it's a single barrel, and I mean, there's no loser between the two. There's really not. All right. Where do we go next? We've got the K-Luke established. I want to figure out some Old Forester action here. We've got Old Forester. We got Jack Daniel's 12. Where do we go next? We're trying to eliminate things. So maybe we go Pinhook. And what's going to go up against the Pinhook? Pinhook is at, what's the proof on this? 114.6. Let's just, regardless, we're going to taste the Pinhook next. I'm going to hold by the fact that that Pinhook is a very special bottle. I've never thought anything of this line, this vertical series, but for some reason, this 8-year, even though it is $90, that kind of maple brown butter, big maple brown, let's say maple brown sugar. Yeah, root beer. Again, this is another MGP root beer kind of thing, and I love when these MGP whiskeys get into that funky stage. It's not a consistent thing between the products. Sometimes those bourbons will stay fruity, they'll stay earthy, but some of them, for some reason, I don't know if it's where they age or maybe different barrels, like I have no idea. Some of these MGPs go the root beer route, and that's when I really love them. This one is still a little bit, there's a little youthful note to it. And it is a little sharp. But, man, that's a phenomenal whiskey. So what's it gonna go up against? Let's do this. Marshall, I do have a Russell's 13 at a 57.4, which is actually, this is 57.3. It wouldn't really be a fair comparison. The Russell's comparison that I want to do is the Camp Nelson F to the 13-year batch 4. I'd like to do that. William Monard, did you see Buffalo Trace is starting Blanton's Gold Store picks? Got an email from the Barrel Tap about one. I did see a few of these on secondary. Yeah. I wonder, like, you know, how old those barrels are, because obviously the French, the LMDW Blantons, they're probably getting, I would imagine they're getting pretty good barrels, although the one that I have, the blue one that I have back there that's open, is not very good. The Singapore one is good at a higher proof, 56%, but the 100 proofer I have is not great. And you know me, I mean, you sent that sample of Blanton's Gold, which was, I think the best Blanton's Gold I've ever had, but I'm still not freaking out. I'm not rushing to spend $250 when you think secondary on a Blanton's Gold. Even SRP is like $150 maybe, or $125. I think that's a little high. I'd rather get an E.H. Taylor single barrel, I think. Yeah, I like bourbon a lot. This Pinhook is a sleeper, and it's like, what do I do with it in this? I think I have to leave it in until there's something that's going to beat it out. You know what I might put up against it is Bardstown 11. I think Bardstown 11 is the way to go here. Very similar proof. That's 118.1. Pinhook's 114.6. So, 3.5 proof point difference. Let's see how this goes. Oh, William says I wouldn't have got that if I didn't win it in the Ohio Lotto. Yeah. A single barrel program states minimum of 6. I mean, that's still, considering, I think, a high SRP. It's only 110 Canadian in Ontario. That's actually not bad. Oh, this is an interesting one. Guys, if you have these two bottles, Pinhook 8 versus Bardstown Discovery 11. This is actually a more interesting comparison than I thought because the profiles are so different, but both high quality. Pinhook is all that maple root beer funkiness. The Bardstown is that fresh cherry note that's in here. Bright, fresh cherries. With a little bit of that turkey funk, a little bit of that peanut butter funk. And actually, there's some honey notes in the Bardstown. Very nice. The Bardstown is more sophisticated on the nose, and the Pinhook is more brawny. Interestingly, because it is a lower proof. But that profile is so in your face with those root beer. I hear a lot of people talk about root beer candies. I don't actually know what that is. But, yeah, that maple brown sugar root beer. But the ethanol, I have to then, this is where I start to try to drill down. Which one has the better concentration of flavor? So flavor to ethanol ratio. Which one reduces the ethanol in favor of more flavor? On the nose, it's the Bardstown, even at a higher proof. All right, I'm going to taste the Bardstown. All right. And one more on the Pinhook. They look like candy beer barrels, says Travis. I need to try these root beer candies. Okay, so let me ask the people in the chat. Do you guys, I guess you can do a poll. I don't know how to do one of those. Can you do that? Start a poll. Start a Q&A. Okay, I started a poll. Did you know about root beer candies before this moment? Because I didn't. That Bardstown is going to be hard to beat. All right, Pinhook again. It's got to be Bardstown in this comparison. I think what another cool comparison would be is the Junkies Rye to the Pinhook. Bardstown moves on. Without a doubt, Bardstown moves on. Let's go. Let's do one more. Come on. We'll pour the Junkies one more time. I hate to waste it. It's not a waste. It's for science. There will always be more Sagamore Rye to go around. Junkies versus Pinhook. Let's eliminate one or both. I don't know. All right, that was Pinhook. Dude, I don't know about root beer barrels. How do I check the results of the poll? Well, I have it going, but where's it at? All right, Pinhook, back to Junkies. Yeah, it's Junkies all the way. So Pinhook's out. Ma'am, my chat doesn't show it. Oh, there it is for me. God, you guys all knew about freaking root beer candies. Come on. Okay, so when I read that tasting note now, at least I know that most people know what it is, because I sure didn't. All right. Travis, that's gross, bro. Don't even say that. All right, I'm going to end the poll. All right, we'll unpin the message. Cool. Travis, that's so gross. Philip says, you essentially took a poll of the percentage of your watch, of how, the percentage of your watches that are old. That's pretty funny. A bucket infinity bottle. Peter, that's, you guys are gross. As somebody looking into the bucket, no. Wow, the Bardstown 11 is going to stay out. Let's find, I'll leave the Junkies out too. Where are we going to go next? Where are we going to go next? Yeah. All right. Let's do an eliminator here between Peerless High Rye Bourbon and a Green River single barrel. Little proof difference here, but that's going to be okay. Peerless is 110.6. Green River is 119. Both from, smaller operations. Although I don't know exactly how small Green River is. I have to imagine Peerless is the smaller of the two. William says, got a bag of Dad's root beer barrels and a bag of root beer float barrels for my mom last week, and Anna squares. Anna squares, no thank you. I'm 16 with 42 years experience. Lance says, no way Junkies beat Stag 8 in my opinion. Lance, but the Junkies is a single barrel. It's a little higher proof, and let me know, Lance, if you had the chance to try this particular one, Barrel 1. I tried Barrel 2, and it's good, but Barrel 1 is a different animal. And I've said this since the moment I got this bottle, before I had the Sagamore 8 Batch 2. Like, this is a very, very special, one-of-a-kind type of whiskey. And to me, it's actually more admirable that Sagamore 8 gets so close to the Junkies, and makes me go back and forth and go, I don't know which one to pick. That to me is more impressive than, let's say, the Junkies hanging with the Stag, because of what this is. Yeah. All right, let's go Peerless versus Green River now. On the nose, Peerless first, high rye. Okay, cotton candy, bubble gum, which is not something I've picked up on this before. But Dr. Pepper. So cotton candy, bubble gum, Dr. Pepper, which is kind of like a high proof Barton note almost. Reminds me of Buckner's 13. Actually, in a lot of ways, this reminds me of a Buckner's 13, because some of those high proof older Bartons will still have a bubblegum note to them. Calumet 16 does. But Peerless cardboard note in here. Brown paper bag, which is a little strange. Green River. Green River smells younger, though. It has a lot of flavor, a lot of dark blackberry notes. Good. The star of the Green River show is how concentrated it is, that you don't even get any alcohol. To me, it's all flavor, but there's this kind of the young butter note that I get on the Green River. So let's see how they stack up on the palate. Peerless high rye, very good. I've never noticed such similarities to Barton. If anybody likes Barton, this Peerless high rye would be something to check out. Kind of short on the finish, though, for the Peerless from me. Only 110 proof, but kind of short on the finish. Let's go Green River now. Objectively speaking, in terms of palate, development, Green River's going to win that. Fresh, jumping out of the glass. Peerless, a little dull, but more oak on that one. I'll do one more side by side before I figure that one out. How you guys doing tonight? Let me know what you're sipping on. I never do things like this, so this is like I'm in foreign territory. I'm just kind of going through and seeing how this goes, and that's kind of the fun of it for me. But just to also taste so many whiskeys in one sitting, and I've watched Matt Porter do it. I think with 30 or 35, and he was like having a hard time. I remember he got sick last year when he did it. He wasn't feeling very good. And I'm curious, like, how this is going to go for me tonight, trying to get through this. Although I'm not exactly ranking all of them in the end. That would be interesting, and I would like to try that experiment at some point, but tonight's not the night for that. Ooh, Handy. Someone's drinking Thomas Handy. Nice. Travis, sipping on Trader Joe's Barrel Proof. What's actually in that? Is that 1792? Derek's got some Russells. Nice. Matt Porter's Russell pick, I think it was an 8-year that he put in that blind that I did a few weeks ago on his channel. Oh my gosh, that was a great Russell's pick. I haven't had a pick that young, that good. Marshall revisiting C923A222. Christine needs a pour suggestion. Somebody help Christine out. All right, one more time on this comparison. Let's start Green River first on this one. I sincerely think this Green River is a special bottle. And I think the distillery is doing great things. Gosh, so good. Peerless. And let's do one last in this little blind, because I have the Bardstown out and it's about the same proof as the Green River. Let's see between the Bardstown and the Green River. Let's see if the Green River could pull out an upset here, because they both have vibrant fruit notes, a lot of freshness. So let's see. All right. Go Bardstown Discovery 11. There's such a great mid palate on the Discovery 11. The combination of very just super fresh cherries, that peanut butter funky oak turkey thing, the way, and it just sits on the palate. It's like a heavy blanket. It's not like fleeting. It's not going away. It's not coming in waves. It hits you, and it just stays. And now back one more time to the Green River. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to eliminate Green River. Bardstown for sure deserves to win that. Peerless is also, that's going to hang around over the Green River, I think. But we got to put it to the test on something. Honorable mention for me would be a Green River for sure. Green River and Pinhook are two, really just sleeper bottles, in my opinion. Okay. All right. Cool. Making sure I haven't missed anything. Oh, my little sister just got a cat, and it's so cute. I think its name's Coconut. She sent me a picture. Oh, my goodness. All right. Jeez. Where do we go? There's so much whiskey. Where do we go next? I want to get Jack 12 involved. What do you guys think? Jack 12 and Bardstown 11? I know I should know what I'm doing, but I have no idea what I'm doing. Jack 12, Bardstown 11? Let's do this. Let's get 2 fresh glasses. Let's do... Again, we can't be too concerned with proof tonight, because there's just too many different proofs. So we're going to go Jack 11, Jack 12 versus the Old Forester Bottled and Bond 9-year. Okay. Scoot some things over. Oh my God, the Old Forester is... Oh, they're both very, very good on the nose. I thought, honestly, in this comparison, as I'm putting this together in real time, it feels to me like, oh, the Jack 12 is going to blow the Old Forester out of the water. It is super close. The Jack, so both of these profiles, because they're both brown foreman, you're going to get a lot of like kind of candied fresh fruit, but once it gets to a certain age, it starts to turn molassesy. The fruits darken a little bit, but they still retain that freshness in the fruit notes. And if you guys know Old Forester products, you know what I'm talking about, that candied cherry. It does darken, it does get more molasses, but... And a little tar, like a little kind of tar note to it. But the Jack Daniel's actually has an acetone note to it. That's on the nose. I actually think the Old Forester's better. Okay, well, this is interesting. Jeffrey Wack, I love it, bro. All right. So let's do this Old Forester first. That is remarkably good. I forgot. I have one backup of this bottle in the basement. It's a little yeasty on the finish, but Brown-Forman's really known for that. Dark chocolate, yeast, coffee. Wow. All right, on to the Jack 12. Guys, if you haven't had this Old Forester 9-year bottled and bond, I'm telling you, that is very, very good. This gives me so much hope for the 1924 that's coming out. All right. The palate on the Jack Daniel's 12 is, yeah, it's significant. Old Forester clearly wins the nose for me. Not just because it lacks the acetone note. I mean, I don't think an acetone note in whiskey is a good note. I mean, sometimes you accept that it's there in certain things. Like the River Roots, as much as I love that 146 proof, monster of a sample, it does have an acetone note to it. But you look past it in that one because the whiskey itself is crazy. I didn't even know it was there in the Jack. And I may be looking past it right now, and I may put it over the Old Forester because of the palate alone. The nose, not so much. Mark, the Jack Daniel's 12 has a lot of similarities to King of Kentucky. And when I think about, this is just a quick aside, when I think about how Old Forester products age, I know King of Kentucky is the early times mash bill, but there's a lot of similarities. As these things age, I think when you get to President's Choice, which is not nearly as old as King of Kentucky, what are President's Choices, like 8 or 9 years old, maybe? That's when the whiskeys start to get to that weird molasses tar coffee note in them, and the fruits darken. That's like at that point, I think. And then when you get all the way to the King of Kentucky age, it's fully there, and it also introduces that aged vanilla note. And it goes into like a completely different category of whiskey, in my opinion, once you get to King of Kentucky. Why was I saying this? Comparing Jack Daniel's 12 to King of Kentucky. Jack 12 it starts to darken a little bit into this fudge brownie thing that Coy Hill has, but it's like someone started to draw a picture and stopped drawing the picture 2/3 of the way through. If the full picture is King of Kentucky, 2/3 of it is the Jack 12, where it's like there's a lot of details missing, or it's like you drew an outline of a picture but you didn't fill in all the details in the shading or something. Like that's kind of what Jack 12 is to me, plus a little bit of this youthful acetone thing. Toshi has seen them from 6 to 10. Wow, I didn't know it was that wide of a range. Ooh, Roscoe's got Springbank 12 cast strength in the glass. That's a hell of a pour. I've never owned one, but hopefully one day. All right, one more time on this. I'll start with Jack 12 this time on the palate. Yeah, see, the nose is just actually a little sharp and astringent. I've never really picked that up. I gotta get this ready here. Okay. All right, here we go. One more on the Old Forester. I got to go Old Forester. I actually have to eliminate Jack 12. Yeah. Wow. Okay. That's like the first like big one for me to go. That's the first surprise of the night. I would have never imagined, and this is why it's important to do this for me, because if I just went off of memory, I'd be like Jack 12 all day, but I've never done that comparison, and this Old Forester is crazy good. The Jack, two issues with it. Lynn, this is just bogus. Hey man, it's one man's opinion, you know. Travis, I do know this whole thing, and I try to take this into account. Every time you're cleaning your palette, you're having to recoat it every time you're using water, hence why the extra burn. Maybe having a control in between comparisons instead of water. Yeah. You know, in a perfect world, yes. What I'm trying to do is if I do a comparison side by side and I don't put water between the two pours, I go back and do it the opposite way so that I'm not always stacking proof for the second choice, for the second in the comparison. Do it the opposite way and also don't include water. I'm trying to think about that. But yeah, good point. Michael Bortner, excuse me, best fudge brownie I've had recently was from a Bardstown at 130. Good Lord. I didn't really know they were quite that high. If you guys don't have the... Lynn, I promise you, man. I promise you, this bottle is phenomenal. I don't know if you've tried this. I promise you. And I know this is a bottle that's like very specific to Kentucky, so... Okay. Well, that's a 100 proofer. So what else, what could go up against that? Obviously, for me, the 13th Colonies have to go head-to-head with one another. I think the Rebecca Creek needs to go head-to-head with, I think there are some of these I'm saving till the end because I want those comparisons to happen at the end, because I think whatever I'm eliminating now and whatever's sticking around, this Peerless, the Bardstown, the Old Forester, these need to go against some of the really heavy hitters tonight and see if they can, in fact, stack up. That's why I'm kind of doing it this way. I don't want to immediately right now go and do like Rebecca Creek versus Michter's 10 and knock one of them out. I'd rather not do that yet. I know we're an hour and 16 in. I don't know how long I'm going to do this tonight, but yeah. Okay. Let's go here. I'm going to leave these out for now. We're going to do a little Russell's comparison. We're going to go Russell's Batch 4, Reserve 13, that is. Batch 4 versus Camp Nelson F. knock some of these out. At the end of the day, this is turning into more of just a mass tasting as opposed to a Whiskey of the Year thing, at least for right now, till we get down to the end. But I think it's fun, so I'm going to keep doing it. And I hope it's not stupid as somebody, hanging out on the stream. Okay, so the last one I just poured here, this is the Russell's 13 Batch 4. And this is the Camp Nelson F. Since we're just comparing these two side by side, must be bathroom time for Cam. I don't know if something was... Not yet, dude. I'm spitting. We're good. All right, Russell's 13 Batch 4, which I've never really reviewed here, on the nose at 114.8. And can someone find me the proof for the Russell's Camp Nelson F? I think it's 116 or something, or 117.6. Can someone find that for me? All right, Russell's 13 Batch 4. Feels very faint to me. It doesn't feel like the full-bodied thing I know from Russell's 13. There is funk. There is grape, funk, turkey notes. Some sort of like boozy soaked fruit. Now on to the Camp Nelson F. Ooh. 117.6. Cool. Camp Nelson F actually is even more tame on the nose. Camp Nelson F is so balanced. All right. I'm going to taste the Russell's 13 first. Good cocoa powder finish, but to me, there was never that like heavy turkey moment for me on that batch 4 on the palate. It just kind of feels a little younger than the other batches that I've had. Comparison would be interesting to do a side by side of 1 through 5. I don't know about that one. Again, very tame on the nose on this Camp Nelson. Let's try the palate. I'm muted. Whoops. Yeah, there's more to the palate on that Camp Nelson F. So I'm going to go back and forth one more time. And I'm actually going to drink the whiskey this next round. I can drink some whiskey tonight. Brad B, which batch of Russell's 13 are you comparing to Camp Nelson F? Out of curiosity. Batch 2 won in a blind for me a long time ago, but look, sometimes in blinds, I actually, tell me what you guys think of this. I do not always agree that blind flights are the best way to determine things. I don't agree with that all the time. It sounds good on paper that you could do a blind. It removes all bias. You have no idea what's going on, and you pick your favorite. I think a blind is a very good tool when you have a side-by-side, a one-on-one, because there's nothing to confuse you. It's just a one-on-one. But I think when you start doing blinds, this is my experience. When I do a blind of like all of those Hardin's Creeks on Thursday night, or I do a blind of Russell's 13 batches 1 through 3, which I did last year at some point, I just find that everything is so similar on those blinds that the nitpicking is actually unproductive in those situations, because you're trying to measure 5 things or 3 things against each other, and I think it's better when it's one-on-one. But I don't think that a blind is like, there are some people out there that are like, if you don't blind them, you're an idiot. And for the Elijah Craig C923 drama, I absolutely see their point, because it's a one-on-one blind, that kind of thing. Even a triangle blind in that situation, makes sense. When it comes down to comparing, let's say 4, 5, 6, 7 different A222 or 2233, different combinations and trying to figure it out, I don't find that productive, because you're going to do all of those together. Everything's going to run together, and it's not necessarily because, let's say, the good or bad bottles are, it's not going to run together because you can't differentiate them. It's going to run together because they're all Elijah Craig barrel proof. You blow your palate out, and I don't know. Am I crazy? Am I crazy for thinking that? Like, sometimes I think context is actually important in a tasting. Bias is one thing, context is another, a lot of times. They do overlap, of course. Like, if I'm biased to preferring Heaven Hill over Buffalo Trace products, and I have them side by side and they're not blind, the context is the bias for me in that case. But I don't put all my stock into a blind flight. I just don't. Because also, when you start doing side-by-sides, it depends on what you're trying to do. Are you trying to guess stats? Are you trying to guess favorites? Are you trying to guess, are you trying to tell differences? What's the goal in the blind is important. But you start getting things that, like what Mark says, sometimes the louder ones dominate the more subtle, and that can mean big proof swings. It can also mean things just in flavor. Yeah, I just don't put, like, and I might change my mind on this at some point. You guys know I don't do a ton of blinds here on the channel of, like, I am going to do, like, for instance, I think I'm going to do a Larceny A, B, and C 923 blind. I have zero stock in this year's Larceny barrel proofs. I don't have a favorite. I don't drink them. I don't really care about them. So I think a blind in that case is interesting, because I truly do not have bias on Larceny's this year. Almost said season. So I think that might be interesting for that blind. But I tend not to do a bunch of those on the channel, because sometimes people will be like, well, you said you liked this one better in this blind. And it's like, yeah, but I don't know if that's the end-all be-all for me. Tonight, I'm rolling with it because I put Claremont in over Boston. I'm going to go with the blind on that one. But that's a 5-way blind of all 15 to 17-year Knob Creek or Jim Beam products between 108 and 110 proof. I mean, God, good luck with that blind. Mike, I think you're right, man. Like, I do see this point for sure. I won't disagree. But a true blind in that Elijah Craig situation isn't really possible at this point. I mean, it's not like if my wife approached me tomorrow with 2 pours and said, tell me, what's your favorite of these 2? I pretty much know she's going to pull those 2 bottles because of everything that her and I have talked about related to them. It would basically be like, from this point through the next 2 weeks, Sarah would have to bring in a pair of pours every day. And at some point, those Elijah Craigs show up. Doing it double blind is impossible, I think. Unless, I know, like, Stuff and Whiskey will do, like, their blind pool. I don't know if they still do that, but I remember when the channel started, they did like a blind pool, and then they would pull from it, and it would be double blind. I can't guarantee when or if I'm ever going to taste something. So I'm not gonna do that. You know what I mean? For me, that doesn't work for the channel, and for my own curiosity to address a subject like immediately. So I don't know. Yeah, Mike. Well, no, you can find a subject to taste them, but I don't trust every person's palate. Like, I just have to be honest about that. There are a lot of people that have opinions about a lot of bottles, and I don't know whose palate is how good or how accurate. I have no idea, but I do know my friends online. I know Matt Porter's got a great palate. I watched him. I had the results of his blind last night before he announced them. Dan sent them to me, and I watched Matt put those in proof order very easily. And so moments like that when I'm like, I know him, I trust him, and I know his palate. So it would just depend on the person, you know? So yeah, I've actually thought about sending samples to certain people, but now they're going to know it's coming. They still do it. Okay. Yeah, but for me, that takes away the speed of me being able to address that issue. So look, I think we have to accept that what we do is just inherently flawed, inherently to some point creative, and very subjective. Of course, we do have to accept that. But the Elijah Craig thing, you know, there have been other situations on the channel where I've gone into, like tonight, I went into this Old Forester Jack 12. I fully biased me thinks that Jack 12, I'm not making excuses. This is just interesting to me because I would have imagined Jack 12 would wipe the floor with Old Forester bottled and bond. It didn't. And I had that bias and the tasting revealed otherwise. So for me, like when I have situations like this happen, and I didn't just do that for the sake of an upset. I don't care about the upset. I care about good whiskey. That makes me trust myself a little more in that Elijah Craig situation, but admittedly, the blind does make more sense. I'm not saying it doesn't. Lynn, this one's pretty well sold out. I mean, this was just in the 117 series, but the 1924 is coming out in it's the newest addition to the Whiskey Row series, and it's a 10-year, and I think it's at 100 proof, if I'm not mistaken. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. Same proof, an extra year of age, and there's some rumor that it might be that early times mash bill. Don't know if that rumor's true. Regardless of the mash bill, Old Forester or early times, at 10 years old, it presumably would be as good or better than this bottle. Ethan, no, you're totally right on this. Anything can affect things in blinds. All right, so anyway, sorry to rant on that a little bit, but all the people online, I've had to wrestle with my thoughts on blinds for a long time, but the Elijah Craig thing made me bring it back in my head, and everybody has a point when they say I should have blinded it in that video. I will do it at some point, but it reminded me, like, I don't always trust blinds. I just don't. Okay. Moving on. I got to go back to the Russells. Now my palate's clear, so let's do this one more time. Okay, Camp Nelson F on the nose has completely opened up. This is amazing. And significant and more perfumed, actually, a little more floral than the Russell's 13 batch 4. So I'm going to taste, I'll do the Camp Nelson first this time. God, that's so freaking good. It's kind of a short finish on that sip. That was a small sip. Let me do a small sip of the Russells. 13. The palate on the 13 is actually better. I'm shocked by this. I didn't expect this either. It's better on the spice front, but it's not better on like the actual density of flavors front. I gotta do one more on this. This is a tough one. I want to get this right in terms of which Russells would move on for me. I do want to get this right because you're talking a big price point difference here. I care about good whiskey, words we should all live by. I don't care about labels, just how it tastes. Yeah, that's what it's about for me. It's the whiskey, it's the friends, it's the nerddom. I don't care about labels, you know. I don't really, I mean, I have some bias. Everybody's got some bias, but moments like this with this Russells, I thought Camp Nelson F would kill this. I thought Jack 12 would kill it. It's not. And I'm not doing these blind, you know? That Russell's, there's just something about it that's not right. The 13, there's just something about it. As good as much as the spice is nice on the palate. Man. All right. Whiskey is made to drink, not to smell. So I gotta go Russell's 13 batch 4. I can't believe it, but okay. All right. So in my mind, that's another upset. That's a big one because that Camp Nelson F, man. Significant whiskey. All right, let's move on. Sorry that one took so freaking long. We're an hour and a half in. I have no idea how many whiskeys I have left to taste, but it's not a small amount. So if you guys have to bounce out of here, watch the replay, totally get it. I'm going to keep going until I can't, you know, and in terms of alcohol wise, I'm good. I've been spitting. I feel like $1,000,000. So you're like, oh God, he's going to go for 4 hours. Maybe. Much to everyone's dismay. Let's do this. Let's go. Let's go here. Let's go Remus Gatsby versus Old Forester 117. Let's do this. So this is Gatsby batch 2 at 98.1. 15 years old. Let me move some things around here on the table. I'm not taking notes. I can always watch the replay. Peerless there. Let's move some things over. William Molnar, Wilmo 18. So again, Gatsby, I complained about in my video, but it's still good whiskey, and I think this will be a cool comparison because we've got an Old Forester 9-year bottled and bond, 100 proof. Oh man, I just dropped a freaking little hair in my glass. Lucy, our cat, there's just these little fibrous cat hairs all over the place. And they get everywhere. We have to lint roll everything in our house. So this is why I like this comparison is the Old Forester's 100, the Remus Gatsby's 98.1. There's a huge age difference, but the Old Forester stuff is presumably heat cycled, so it does taste older. And the Gatsby is a weird one. It's like that low cask strength. It's a good bottle, but this will be a cool comparison. I have no idea how this one is going to go, so let's do it. Gatsby on the nose. Tylese, how's your mouth? Do you still feel a good judge of each one? So my palate right now is not on fire. I'm also moving fairly slowly through this. I know that a lot of times, like when I watched Fred do it, I think he was moving pretty quick on some things. And he wasn't talking about them. Like the talking and stuff and just making this a live stream is helping me. I do feel on my tongue just a little sense of dullness right now, but it's not burning or anything like. And it doesn't feel like I've like eaten hot food and burned my tongue in that way either. But there is like a sense of reduced sensitive. Oh God, Wilmo is good. Oh Jesus, I'm never gonna hear the end of this. I gotta stop while I'm ahead. Sorry, guys. All right, quick nosing. Oh, that is, man, that's a side-to-side nosing of what do you value in whiskey, you know? The Gatsby feels watery, but it's so rich with like these dark fruit and earthy notes that you get on really old MGP. And then the Old Forester is younger, very dessert-like in comparison. The yeast stands out more because of what the Remus is, because it's so dark. And this is the other thing about side-by-sides. They accent each other's, they bring out each other's differences so much that this is not how the Old Forester smells to me when I smell it by itself, but in the side-by-side, it recontextualizes it. God, that is... So I can't really give any preference to the noses. It's clear that the Remus is older, but the Old Forester's more concentrated in its flavors. So that's a pretty even matchup. So I'll go Remus on the palate first. Mark Moffat, I found Camp Nelson F is very dependent on my palate that day. Sometimes it's one of the best whiskeys I've ever had. Sometimes I pour it back in the bottle. Yeah, a lot of the really delicate Russell's pours can do that, I think. Even Russell's 13 for me can be that way sometimes. All right, so Gatsby on the palate. The Gatsby feels like the flavor is within a... This is going to sound stupid. I took a science class once in high school. I stopped taking science maybe like after my 11th grade year. I just took like honors chemistry and I got out of there. I was a math and music and Spanish kid. Science wasn't my thing. But it feels like the flavor, like in the Gatsby, it feels like it's suspended in the solution. Like, here's... I can't make these hand motions on the camera, man. I can't do it. So there's like the flavor of the whiskey. There's like, I gotta just move on. None of this matters. I can't. This is Matt Madness fodder. Okay, on to the Old Forester. Oh, and that's hilarious. Guys, don't listen to Will. Don't listen to Wilmo 18. One more here. All right, I got to give the nod to the Old Forester. I'm fighting here because I'm trying to think about. There's not that big of a proof difference between these two, but the Remus is just so weak. It's delicate. I really like the profile, but it's like, of these two, which bottle am I going to pick up and want to? Which bottle of these two could I not stop drinking? Look how much of this is left, right? Yes, it's a half bottle, but I sampled out so much of this Gatsby. I sampled this out a little bit too, but the Old Forester has to move on. So, man, Gatsby's good, but it's not top 10 good. And you can't. It's not going to blind well. It's not going to do comparisons well. You should start your night with the Gatsby, I think. Wilmo, don't listen to me. I'm 41 going on 13. Okay. So we're whittling this down now. Tommy D, absolutely, man. Whiskey. That's why this whiskey of the year tasting is the most unstructured, non-binding whiskey of the year tasting, with results delayed until next week. Super serious stuff. That's why. Yeah, Juice AG says, spitting in a bucket, one way, make an infinity blend. Lynn says, I will gladly judge the Old Forester 117 bottle bond and the Russell's Camp Nelson F. I wish I had a bottle of that Camp Nelson F, but, you know, again, it's not up here just because that I got to go with the 13, even though I think batch 4 is my least favorite Russell's 13 batch I've had. I compared it last night to batch 1. No, it was 2 nights. Yeah, maybe last night. I compared it to batch 1, and it was like batch 4 tasted bad. Like, it didn't taste good. It tasted like young whiskey. Are you slammered? Stop it. But the Russell's batches 1, 2, and 3 I thought were great. All right. Let's keep it moving. Keep it moving. Here's an interesting one. Let's do this next. Bardstown Discovery 11. We're going to put to the test again with Lux Row 12 year. But this is one of those Lux Row 12 years. It was in the gift shop this year, but the barrels are 06 and 07. So it's old. It's like 15 and 16 year whiskey or something like that, depending on, you know, when this exactly was blended before it made it to the gift shop. So let's do this. Lux Row 12 at 118.4, Discovery 11 at 118.1. This is a heavy hitter for me. I know now some of the Lux Row 12s coming out are younger. They are 2010 barrels, but this came out this year. It's pretty clear on the nose. Pretty clear. Spencer says, enjoying Old Forester 100. I don't see what Fred Minnick sees in it. I think he included intentionally some, like, more available bottles from his, like, the blind events that he does. And that makes some sense to me, but it just, I guess, depends on exactly how the top 100 list ends up getting marketed to people. If it ends up being kind of like the end-all, be-all list of the year for him, where he really puts a stamp on it and says, this is it for me, then I don't like the approach of adding those bottles in the mix, because the inaccuracies in a 100 pour blind could incorrectly, again, what does that mean? That's subjective. I get it, but, you know, if you see Old Forester 100 over like a birthday bourbon, I don't think that happened, but let's say it did. We all know that Old Forester 100 is not better than birthday bourbon, even on birthday bourbon's worst year, probably. Okay. So we've still got Junkie's Rye, Peerless High Rye, Old Forester 9 Bottled and Bond, and now we've got these two, the Lux Row 12, the Bards, and age-wise, the Lux Row 12 is more like 15 on this one. But the Bardstown is 13 mostly, so. All right, Lux Row on the nose. Lux Row on the nose is very spicy, very woody. First thing out of the glass for me is that kind of burnt orange Heaven Hill note that you get sometimes. There is sour in here. There's sour. Hell, it's actually similar to the Bardstown in that it has that big cherry note to it. So there's a sour cherry note in Lux Row. which feels fresher. But then there's this burnt, dull, dark orange note with all of these wood spices and stuff like that. And now what's coming into focus, which is maybe the first time I've said this all night, is an apple note. Yeah. Huh. But the Lux 12 is kind of abrasive on the nose. Bardstown 11 one more time. Soft, sweet, velvety. Freaking another cat hair. So it's really the feeling on the nose right now that is an easy win for the Bardstown. But now the palate's gonna tell its own story. So let's go Bardstown first. I did not want to believe that Bardstown 11 was this good. It's so good. I can't believe how good it is. All right. And I do feel that the bottle has improved with air, the Bardstown. What's up, Zach? Dude, we're just daisy chaining blind flights, blind side-by-sides until we have some idea of like a top tier. Right now we're still just doing eliminators. I don't know how long. I might be going here for a little while, quite a while longer, let's say. But I just want to whittle down the obvious ones. But we've had a few not obvious ones get kicked out. Jack 12 out. Remus Gatsby. Stag 8-year rye. Pinhook. Green River single barrel that I love, so. Exactly, Spencer. Exactly. Lux Row is a little funkier oak, though. The Bardstown is a little, fresher. Lux Row, funkier oak. On the palate now. Lux Row palate is better than the nose. The nose is definitely lacking. Man, the palate is... Shit, that's very good. Yeah, Jack 12, beaten by an Old Forester 9-year bottled and bond. Surprised the heck out of me. No, guys, do not listen to what Wilmo 18 says. Do not listen. Mom, if you're watching. This is another easy victory for Bardstown 11. I'll do one more sip of that Lux just to be sure, but I really think... Zach, I will absolutely not check the laser code on that. I think Discovery 11 wins that. Although I think I have a separate micro batch of Discovery 11 probably. It is a monster, Toshi. It's a monster. I'm so glad I have a backup. So there is I don't know how many whiskeys I've tasted so far. Like, there's 8 on the ground. I've definitely tasted at least 16 whiskeys so far, and many of them twice as they've gone head to head with other pours. Let's say conservatively, I've tasted 20 whiskeys. There's some weird fatigue right now, not on my palate. Actually, my palate still feels pretty good. I'm getting like a headache. Like, it's making me feel not great. And so when this is reminding me of last year, and I'm fine for right now. Like, it's super mild. But this is reminding me of when Matt was talking about it when he did those 35 pours or whatever last year. This is reminding me of that. Like, I'm starting to feel this like pressure in my head, and it's just like a lot. Oh. Mark Vasco, I think Discovery 11 the other day, it was on Bourbon Outfitter. Just, it was available. So check on there if you're interested. So where to next? We're about to get into some heavier hitters, I think, here. I don't want to totally knock. I don't want to do K-Luke versus, like, the remaining K-Luke versus the remaining Still Austin. I want to leave those in. But let's go Old Overholt. What proof is my Jack Rye? Man, that's just going to blow the Overholt out of the water. But, I mean, at some point you got to do it. My thought was to put Jack Rye up against either Elijah Craig Barrel Proof towards the end or the Boulder Cast Strength pick. What is going to go? Let's do this. Let's do K-Luke Batch 7 versus Old Overholt 10-year Cast Strength Rye. Let's do this. It's sold out. Okay, so the other day, I just randomly checked, and it was on there. Although when I say the other day, that could be a week ago. I have such a terrible sense of time. I think this will be a tough side-by-side. K-Luke Batch 7, which many people had in their top 10 of the year. Versus Overholt 10-year Cast Strength Rye. I like these both equally. I think they both have their flaws. Okay. JD12 is the bad micro patch. Okay, K-Luke. Both of these, proof-wise, are within 5 points. So close. K-Luke. Pretty good. That Batch 7's pretty good. It's so full of flavor. That's I mean, for me, that's how it beat out Batch 5. Batch 5 being the first one we did tonight, I think. Just kind of dull. Dark. I like dark flavors, but I don't like dark and dull. I like dark, but you know, forward. Okay. Now the Overholt. Man, that Overholt is a spicy son of a bitch. Wow. Wow. It gets a little bit cardboardy on the finish. That's my one complaint on the Overholt. So this might be one of the first. Well, we did the Junkies rye and the Sagamore, but this is, I think, the next rye after that we've done tonight. I love the Overholt nose. I think I like it better than K-Luke. K-Luke feels a little artificial, a little sucralose on the nose. It's like all those bright notes from earlier I talked about, those bright fruits and the honey and the golden raisin, but it's like a sucralose version of those, and I don't like that. The Overholt is pure just cinnamon peanut, you know, and I don't love nutty whiskey all the time, but for some reason, this does it for me. Oh, and I didn't like the Shanks or the Bombergers this year. I didn't like them. All right, one more time here. Overholt first. All right. This might not be as hard as I thought it was to decide between these two. This could go many ways for many people, but I have to stick with the old Overholt 10-year over the K-Luke 7. It felt really difficult at first because I got a weird note in the finish of the Overholt. I tasted it again. I didn't get that note the second time. I think it was palate shock after having such a fruity, almost fake artificial sweetener kind of note from the K-Luke. And then having the Overholt twice, palate was accustomed to it, so... All right. Gotta stay fresh, stay fresh. So Overholt's in the mix. And I don't think the Overholt's going to go super far in this, but I wanted to at least include it and see what it would knock out in this. So, anyways. Next up, let's do two bigger ones. Let's do two bigger ones. Let's do a Stagg Jr. taste off now. Oh, what is this? That smells amazing. What is that? I have no idea what that is. Oh, that might be Jack 12. Yeah, I think that might be Jack 12. I don't know. I'm going to dump it. All right. I can't believe we have 103 people watching this catastrophe, whatever this is. All right, so we're gonna do Stagg 22A versus 23A, which was a really tough one for me when I did it in that comparison along with 22B. And this one is courtesy of Zach Butler, this 23A sample. Make sure this is 20. Yeah. 23A sample from Zach, 22A bottle. The one that I found in Buffalo, which was nice. Spencer's in the mood for cheap whiskey tonight. Just switched to Early Times Bottled and Bond. And Old Forster's better in every way. William, Wilmo 18, guys. I don't think you can see that comment. Oh no, you can. It's in the chat. I never know what makes it through and what doesn't from some of the I think there are like filters maybe or something in the live chat. It's funny. Okay. So let's do this. Stagg 23A and 22A. Here, let's start with 23. Ethan, you're probably right, man. I gotta go back and forth real quick. God, this is hard. The noses are so close. I think the 22A has more flavor, just all the way around. And it's a very, very small margin that I think it just has a little more on the nose. But in terms of the actual notes themselves, they seem almost identical. Yeah. All right. I'll do 23A first. I just splashed myself with a spit bucket. That was pretty gross. It's not. It's called Only Cams. Come on. All right, on to 22A. I think this is kind of easy. I think 22A is pretty much the winner of this side by side. And this is not how I had that blind when I did it. I had 23A actually winning, so I'm coming into this thinking that that's probably going to win, but not right now. I'm going to do this side by side one more time, and I'll go the opposite direction. But I think 22A is just more flavor, less ethanol, very similar profiles on both. Yeah, I'm gonna go dump this spit bucket. It's something special. I'll be right back. Yeah, that's pretty gross. Len says, very slow-moving train wreck. Yeah, that's probably putting it nicely. Okay. Sometimes it's good to get out of this room. And this is just something for you guys to keep in mind. Not sure if you've experienced this at your own place, but the room I'm in, when I shut the door, it starts to heat up. Like, it gets really hot in here when I'm live streaming. And when I walk out there, we cooked a lot of food earlier, so the house kind of has, kind of smells like beef bison is what we were cooking, and bison and shrimp and just all sorts of stuff. And so coming back in here, my nose resets when I walk back in, and it's good actually to walk out of the room, come back in, because these Stags, it's a lot more clear on the nose now. Like, things were starting to really get muddied there for a second when I'm smelling these things. Yeah, and I think 22A just has more going on the nose. 23A has one slightly different note. You guys know that, the Buffalo Trace products will get those grape or cherry notes. Sometimes they tend towards one or the other. I think 22A tends more towards grape for me. It's a little darker. Yeah, and 23A, it's a little more of that cherry. So it's like a small difference, but it's just that the fruit notes in the 22A are darker. So now I'm going to go the other way. I'll start with the 22A on the palate. Hey, Jens Tube, I'm not drinking, I'm spitting. And we have lower proof ones to go back to after this, but my palate feels good. It's surprisingly hanging in there. All right, whatever this is. 23A now. $22A is the winner. Actually. Yeah, it's fine. Toshi, what price for the William Heaven Hill? I've actually never had a William Heaven Hill ever. Even at Pours in the Park, I've had the chance to sip them, and I've just gone to other things throughout the night. So I've never tasted it. I know people love them. I'm imagining 17's insane. Okay. So we got Stag in the mix now at 132 proof. Big Potato, lowest proof in the running is probably going to end up being Michter's. We haven't gotten there yet. We haven't gotten there yet on this. I want Michter's to go up against the Old Forester Bottled and Bond. For sure. That's going to be probably the comparison. And I think I would love to put it against one thing that is a higher proof to see like what that feels like in a side-by-side. Toshi, that's what Sarah says. That, you know, a 900, man, I don't know secondary on the William Heaven Hill 17, but I think it's way under that. Let me look. Although my search on Facebook, yeah, it doesn't work anymore. I can't search things in groups on Facebook. So let me scroll for like 2 seconds and see if I see a William Heaven Hill 17. Otherwise, maybe someone else in the chat knows the secondary on that. But 900 sounds like an auction price to me. Maybe. Or an expensive store price. Anybody have an idea on William Heaven Hill 17 price? Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. Yeah, 650 to 700. I was going to say it felt high to me. Yeah. Okay. Next up. I mean, we're getting there. We got we got George T. Stagg. I want to put that up against Stagg Jr. 22A, because I don't think this Stag is that good, actually, the George T. And I want to put it up against something else. Rebecca Creek. No, I might save that. I might save that for after. What do you guys think? What's next? Elijah Craig Barrel Proof, Jack Rye. The other bottles over here. So everything's about to be on screen now. Claremont, Boulder, which is this is a high proof, 136, the Boulder, and then we've got the Michter's 10, and this is everything on the table now. So you can kind of see some of these bottles. Chris Bruce, I don't want to say the national groups on here. A lot of people reach out and ask me, and you know how the whole thing works is you vouch for someone. Some of these groups you vouch to get in, and then if they screw up, then you both get kicked out, and it's like, you know, I don't know. Because a lot of people that ask me, I just don't know well enough to know if they're going to actually look and see how things are how things are done before they post. I don't want any catastrophes, basically. So I tend to not talk about it to people, and I just say, you know, there are other people in the community you can reach out to, but for me, it just, you know, I want to keep my head above water on that stuff. But I can't stop anybody in the chat from saying anything right now about what groups or offering invites. I hope you understand. I'm like sitting staring at these bottles. I got to make a freaking decision now. Let's do this. I want to put Claremont up against something. This is 110 proofer. The Michter's is not rye. Michter's is bourbon. This is turning into a little shit show here. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's do Overholt Rye versus Jack Rye. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Overholt Rye versus Jack Rye. Not a fair fight in terms of proof, but some of these just won't be. Big Potato, Jack 12 is out. So the comparison for Michter's 10 is going to be the Old Forester Bottled and Bond. Right now, it's Jack Rye. This single barrel is 135.7. Overholt is 121, so... You know what's really surprising in this side-by-side with the Jack Rye and the Old Overholt is that the Jack Rye is making the Old Overholt smell better right now than it smelled in its comparison to... what did I... the K-Luke. For some reason, this Jack is actually helping the Overholt smell better in the side-by-side. So the Jack is like blueberry muffins. Yeah, it literally smells like a blueberry muffin. It's really dark. It edges towards that Coy Hill fudge note that I get. But you know what? I'm kind of getting that acetone note also on the Jack Rye that I got on the 12-year. You're like, oh no. All right, Overholt 10. The Overholt 10 tastes even better now than it did earlier. It's developed like this chocolate, this little bit of a... I think I said this on something earlier. There's like a cocoa powder note on this. Maybe I said it on this. I don't know. It's good. All right, Jack Rye. Smells good. The blueberry muffin thing is crazy. I mean, what do you do? What do you do with that, you know? God. It's actually tough because I don't love all the flavor. I love Jack Single Barrel Proof Rye. I love it. But there are some flavors in there that I'm not the biggest fan of. There's some elements, some astringency. You know, it's really intense. As you guys know, it's Jack Daniels. And it has that drying aspect, that extra drying aspect that I get just from the brand in general. It really comes in the finish. Like, it's, you know, it makes you want to drink water. And it's not just because of the proof. The Overholt doesn't give you that effect. And so there are some elements of the Overholt that I like better. But the Overholt's so good. I'm going to continue to say this is rough around the edges, but to me, it's just such a sleeper bottle. Let's really burn the palate. Let's do one more Jack. I mean, it's got to be the Jack. Okay. So now let's sit Jack off to the side now. I can't say the word off after the word Jack. Can't do that again. Let's sit the Jack to the side. Not off to the side. All right. My palate is now at this point feeling like, even with water, drinking water, rinsing water, feels dry. Doesn't feel burnt out yet. It just feels dry. Like, even when it is not dry. But hey, we've done a lot. I mean, we've done a lot of whiskeys tonight. Okay. We've pretty much gotten to a point where everything Nearly everything has been tested against something. I know not everything, not all of it, but most has been tested against something. One thing that I want to put up against Jack Rye is the River Roots single barrel finished in port. That is going to be a comparison that will have to happen. We need to whittle down the 13th colonies. And we need to get the Boulder involved here. So let's do Boulder versus, let's give it a challenge, you know, and maybe it's an unfair challenge, but Elijah Craig Barrel Proof C923. Let's bust this out. This is an A233 laser code. Yeah. Let's do that. William Hall, man, thank you so much. And you got a bottle on the way, of course, and I appreciate the patience. All the holidays and shipping has been crazy. Jeez. I'm muted. I think I was muted there. I don't know how long I was muted. Did I just mute myself, or have I been muted this whole time? Jeez. Okay, yeah. Looks like I was probably muted for most of what I said. Just a minute. So anyways, I just want to say thanks to William Hall for that $25, the whole damn show. Oh, imagine. I love it. Thank you, William Hall, for that. And yeah, I'm trying to get out a lot of content right now, guys. Tomorrow, the video's done, thumbnail's done, and it's in the Patreon a day early for everybody, which was it's the first Scotch review in a long time on the channel that we're going to start doing weekly. I've got the first 4 already filmed. Tomorrow is the Arran 10-year single malt Scotch. So the Isle of Arran, everybody likes that stuff. It seems very great value, mostly ex-bourbon matured, a little ex-sherry in there too. So I review that tomorrow. Yeah, and then I got to get out I got to start doing the top 5 stuff on Monday. So my number 5 whiskey of the year is going to drop on Monday, and I don't know exactly what it's going to be. So whatever happens tonight, plus whatever happens with me tomorrow as I'm sipping on New Year's Eve and going through some of what, you know, the winners of the evening or the you know, the standouts will determine my top 5. And that first 5, you know, that number 5 is going to go out on Monday in a video. There's going to be another video on Monday too. So yeah, just keep an eye out for all that stuff. But thanks, William, for the super chat, and obviously bottle on your way. On its way to you. All right, next up, at 133 proof, C923. And at 136 proof, Boulder Spirits straight bourbon with super high malt content, picked by Matt Porter. A big banana note in the Boulder. You know what? The Boulder's putting up a surprising fight on the nose. You would think this Elijah Craig would blow it out of the water. Yes, Toshi, A233. So, the nose on the Boulder is, I don't know that it's better, but it's presenting itself more on the nose. I don't know if that makes sense. How do I want to put that? I don't know. Let's taste them. Screw it. Boulder first. Dude, the Boulder is so good. I forgot how good this was. I took it to Pours in the Park, and people were all over this thing. Oh, Will, did I miss one on the stream? The centenary sample. No, I haven't tasted it. Maybe I missed that on the stream. That might have just been a mistake. Mark Vasco. You guys are killing me tonight. All right, Elijah Craig now. I'm going to be honest. The nose on the Elijah Craig was not actually, I wasn't loving it. I was really, really concerned there with the Boulder. The palate's a different story. Wow. Okay. It's also, I mean, at this point in the night, where my palate is like 20% impacted, it feels like. It's tough on these higher proofs to really be discerning. All right, guys, shout out all your micro batches. Shout them out. All right. Back at it. We'll start with the ECBP this time. The nose is just not... Let me walk out of the room real quick. Fresh air. Little fresh air on the nose. Let's go back to these now. It's significantly better. I'm telling you, this room that I'm in gets pretty stuffy. Yeah, it's that the Boulder actually smells like a Jack Daniel's product. That high malt content in here is giving it this banana note, and it has that kind of acetone astringency on it that's really feeling like a Jack on the nose. There's also something else kind of funky in there. So I don't think I'll do it one more time. Fine. Shit, the palate on the Elijah Craig. Oh, man. All right. So, guys, be honest in the chat. I am just curious to collect as much anecdotal evidence as I possibly can. For those of you who have done a comparison side by side, tell us all in the chat whether it's been blind or unblind, and then if you've done a comparison between an A22 something and an A23 something Elijah Craig, or just whatever two laser codes you've done a comparison with and what your results were. Like, just drop it in the live chat real quick. You don't have to write a 5-paragraph essay, but just, quick, short, good, bad, better, better, worse, oakier, fruity, or whatever, or no difference at all, or anything, whatever your experience was, and whether it was blind or unblind. I'm very curious. Wow, this Boulder is so good. Guys, if you have the opportunity to pick up one of these picks from, I think, just Boulder Spirits, I am telling you, these high malt mash, assuming you like Jack Daniel's, high proof Jack Daniel's, because it has resemblances to that, do not pass these up. It's so good, but it's not good enough for Elijah Craig C923. Okay. So Bill, that's interesting. Bill has an 11-day bottling line difference. And he thought it was a placebo and just won by a hair. Okay. Okay. Wow, we have 110 still in here. 2.5 hours in. Much appreciated. I know it's moving maybe a little slower than we would like, but this is interesting for me. I mean, this is just kind of a fun thing to do. Fueled by whiskey. Robert E says this is perfect for tonight. Nice. I mean, it is a Saturday, and it's New Year's Eve. People are probably going to be up a little later tonight. I'm shocked at how much that Boulder reminds me of a Jack single barrel proof pick. That would be a cool comparison. I should have done it to the Jack Rye, but it's okay. So ECBP moves on. We got to start now eliminating things. I got 3 fresh glasses over there. I've got this one, and then the others all have things in them from, from stuff that's out on the table and still in play. I think it's time to do 13th Colony. No, it's not. You know what it's time to do? It's time to put some skin in the game. George T. Stagg 2023. This is about 15 years old. I got to leave enough I have to shoot 2 videos on this. 1, a review. 2, the comparison with the other 4 batches of George T. Stagg, the other 4 vintages that I've got from Toshi. Oh, and by the way, I've got an extra one of these Rebecca Creek, same barrel, here, and I brought it up in case I needed to open it. And this Old Forester bottled and bond, I saw I didn't have very much left. I didn't go to my basement before the stream started to get another one of these in case I ran out, because I thought there's no way that's going to move ahead, and then it beats Jack 12. So, pretty weird. Will says, don't spit George juice out, please. All right. We got to go. We got to spend a little time on the nose with these two because God, that's hot. Guys, this is crunch time here. Chug it, nerd. Who are you, Trev Wilson? Okay, Lynn. Lynn, now you're talking crazy. That's a 35 proof point difference. Okay, I had Travis up here. Okay, if I do an Elijah Craig barrel proof single barrel pick, it should have a tater sticker with me as Frodo. You saying micro batches be crazy. And holding the one ring. Okay. All right. That's in the mix. Travis, Travis, come up with a couple other ones. Let's see. Let's see if we can best the Frodo one. I like it. I am a small man. Height-wise. Well, everything about me is a micro batch. All right, back to the freaking tasting. Yeah, we got to talk to DC. No, yeah, Lynn, only if the one ring has A223 inside of it. No, eliminate the 4th digit. It just needs to say A22. All right, so the difference here, big difference maker was to pour out that George T. Stagg and let it, even just the minute and a half it sat out. Poor Sarah. Well, I'm actually very surprised here. The George T. Stagg smells way better than it did when I first poured it. Oh, this is a tough one. Hear me out. The fact that this Rebecca Creek 16 year, by the way, you should know the proof is 127.7, and the George T. Stagg is 135. The fact that this Rebecca Creek is right there or better than the George T. Stagg is pretty remarkable to me, given the secondary values of these things and the rarity. Like, the Rebecca Creek 16s were kind of all over the place, at least it seemed in Texas. Keith Thompson, man of the hour with the Rebecca Creek. Dude, I love this bottle so much. I don't know if I ever told you. I found one on secondary and bought a second one because, again, as my criteria goes for whiskey of the year, bottles that I can't put down, I drank this I don't know how many nights in a row, and it was kind of bad. Some nights I just could not stop drinking this because it's so good. Mark Vasco, I think if you smelled these side by side, you would be, I think you would be very shocked, actually. Because the George T. Stagg smells 5 years younger on the nose than the Rebecca Creek 16. It's kind of crazy. So the George T. Stagg, here's the other part of this too, is like, imagine side-by-siding Buffalo Trace, just regular Buffalo Trace, with a comparable MGP product. I don't know what it would be. Like what's like a 6 or 7 year MGP batched product? I don't know, but imagine side-by-siding those. Because these whiskeys are both so incredible, so oaky, so old, dense, rich in flavor, when you do this comparison, this is going to sound like a really spoiled thing to say and like really first world problems, pretentious, as I've been called now in my comment section, which I really try not to be that way. I'm a nerd. I try not to be pretentious though. But anyways, these smell to me now, I'm used to smelling them after whatever it's been, a couple minutes. And the George T. Stagg legitimately smells like Buffalo Trace. Like it smells like a high proof Buffalo Trace. And the Rebecca Creek just smells like high proof MGP. Like they don't smell. Now if I immediately smelled like Eagle Rare right now and went back, it would be a completely different thing. But just because I'm going back and forth with these two, they are negating each other so much that I'm just tuning in right now to the distillery differences more than anything. But the George T. Stagg smells young in this comparison. It smells young and hot, and the Rebecca Creek is it's dark and dirty. It's actually got this dirty profile to it that I love. And the fruit notes on the Rebecca Creek are so much darker than the George T. Stagg, which actually has this bright honey note. These Rebecca Creek 16s, specifically the high proof ones, the low proof ones aren't very good. Sorry, but this is top-notch whiskey. Some of the best whiskey for me. All right, let's taste the Stag. Let's start with that. I'll drink it. I forgot. It's good. I just think it's hot. I think that I said this when I first tasted this sample, which I have to thank Matt Porter for sending me this. He did not have to do that. And now he makes fun of me because I go, oh, it's hot. Matt goes, oh, Cam says it's hot. Yeah. It is. It's hot. I think it's probably not even, I think it's not even as good as the 2022, which is one that I thought was hot, but I really just didn't like it because of the grassiness. 2020 George T Stagg, which is lights out. I have a sample of it. It's a little lower proof. This is good whiskey, but let's go Rebecca Creek. Let's keep an open mind because this might, we'll see. Oh, I mean, come on. It's all flavor. I mean, this is easy, actually. I'll do this. I'll go back and forth one more time, but it's all flavor Rebecca Creek, and George T is so much ethanol. It does have a lot of flavor, too. And I promise you guys, if you think that this is crazy, if you've had George T Stagg and you know you love it, depending, and I don't know what year, but let's say you've had any year of this and you go, I love George T Stagg, and you've had high proof MGP or higher aged, this Rebecca Creek is unlike any high proof, high aged MGP I've had, really. It's kind of its own thing. So you might think that I'm crazy. This is an obvious choice in this comparison. And it's not that I hate all George T Stagg, because I love 2020. I love some of the others I've had. Man. All right. Back to George T. I took a bigger sip of the Stag that time, and it helped it. But let's do one more comparison. The Rebecca Creek wins. But I want to do one sip. Gotta be careful. One sip of George T Stagg next to Stagg Jr 22A. Len, the Rebecca Creek, there might still be some single barrels floating around. I don't know. Some of the low proof ones particularly, which I unfortunately are not as good. But yeah, I don't know. You'd have to ask a Texan. I think those are the only folks that would probably know. Excuse me. Gotta make sure I haven't missed anything here. Okay. It's been so crazy for me to watch the channel growth from all of this stuff going on, you know, with all the Elijah Craig stuff and the new videos. It's been pretty remarkable. So if you're new here on the replay or here live, I do just want to say thank you for tuning in, and then also for sticking it out, because I know that might have left some, like, if you just watched half the video and you didn't, you know, you half paid attention, watched half the video, and then you read the comment section about how much of a piece of crap I am to some people, you may have been like, screw this guy, I'm out of here. So if you had some level of that experience at all, and you're still here and you're checking it out, and even possibly enjoying yourself, God forbid, I just want to say thank you. It does mean a lot. Okay, so this is a cleared glass. And now, yep, we got those, and we're doing Stag next to George T Stagg. Stag 22A is uncomfortably close to George T Stagg 2023. Uncomfortably close. Man, it is. On the nose specifically, we'll see on the palate, it's like a 15% difference. It is not night and day. I'll drink these. Wow. I can't believe the Stag 22A tastes this good after drinking the Rebecca Creek and the George T. Total surprise. That is about as close to a Stagg Jr. as as close to a George T Stagg from a Stagg Jr. as I've ever tried. That is so freaking close. The Daddy Stagg is actually, I mean, it's actually hotter in a bad way than the Stagg 22A. That's a problem. The flavors are a little more developed. So it's like in this comparison, you know, which of these is going to win? I'm probably going to eliminate the George T Stagg. Daniel, I don't have a batch 12 open right now. I only have one backup and it's sealed. And I'm not opposed to opening it, but tonight, it doesn't matter tonight, but I could do that comparison. I don't know if it's better than batch 12 because this also is not the best George T Stagg, but I did see, I put a batch 12 next to George T Stagg 2020, which was like, again, I love that batch of George T, and they were very close. But if this is lesser than the 2020 overall, this George T Stagg, that would mean that this 22A is probably lesser than batch 12, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with batch 12 being like my favorite. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to eliminate George T Stagg because, look, the Rebecca Creek beat it by the, hang on. Hang on. Okay. Right. So by the transitive property, I had to make sure it wasn't the commutative property. So by the transitive property, I think that would also mean that Stagg 22A is eliminated. But I'm going to leave it in because it is way more obtainable. I'm not saying it's obtainable, but Stagg has surprisingly been more obtainable this year because of so many batches that have been dropped, and people didn't know 23C was coming, and 22A came after 22B, and that, like, all of that. We've basically gotten 4 Stagg batches this year because of the weird mix-ups in the distributor change. And because it's more available and certainly more affordable, I would like to see where this ends up in this context of this flight. And plus, this is a very unserious top ranking system we're doing. So I'm eliminating George T Stagg because I also just don't think it's a great example of George T Stagg. So it's gone. I think it's gone. If I was doing this in absolutes, I would leave that in. I would get the other Stagg out of here, but then the George T would have lost to Rebecca Creek anyways. But I'm going to leave the Stagg Jr. 22A in here just for a second because I do want to see what happens. Yeah, I know. Like Daniel says, secondary prices on Junior have dropped a lot. They're almost reasonable. Almost. Spurgy, let me ask you this. And I'm not trying to play gotcha or be a dickhead. I promise. I am. This is a genuine question. Have you tried like previous editions of George T Stagg? And I'm not an expert on them by any means, but I've just tried the ones basically Toshi sent me, and a few other folks have sent me samples here and there. Never owned one, but have you tried some of the previous batches just out of curiosity? Because in my mind, when I'm thinking, my first George T Stagg was actually 2019, and I don't remember it. That was so early in my whiskey, in my American whiskey drinking, that I don't remember it. But 2020 is the first one I ever paid attention to, and that's kind of my benchmark. Okay. Up next, I want to get the Hardin's Creek in the mix, but I also want to do a side-by-side on these two 13th colonies to find a winner. Here's what I'm going to do for the Hardin's Creek. I actually think this is... I finally feel like I have a comparison that I feel good about for the Hardin's Creek. It's going to be up against the Russell's Batch 4, which I'm probably going to run out of sample for that tonight. So Hardin's Creek Claremont at 110... Okay, so Spurgy, I'm not trying to play gotcha. I'm like genuinely curious. So if you have experience with it, then that's awesome, and that's awesome that you prefer this. I don't like the overly hot Stag batches, and I know that it's possible now because of Toshi only. When he sent me 08, 09, and 2010. Hazmat batches of George T. Stagg can drink like 120 proofers, That really shocked me because of the experience with 2022 and now 2023 being, for me, just overly hot without enough flavor to back it up. And I'll reiterate one more time, which is this, just that I really value flavor concentration in whiskey. We're out of Russell's Batch 4, so... What you see is what you get with this one. Okay. So Hardin's Creek Claremont on the nose. Oh, that smells good. Carlito Classico was talking about the Cowboy up here. Let's see. Never seen nor tried hardly any of those on the table, but for me, Garrison Bros Cowboy was my favorite of 23, so much that I bought a second bottle, and those aren't cheap, I don't believe. So that must really be good. I have a sample up there. It's at 140.9 is what it says. I wasn't the biggest fan of it, but it's got that Texas whiskey thing. You got to really love that. It's an interesting pour. Don't get me wrong. It's super complex. It balls to the wall. Lynn, I've never tried Russell's Batch 5, unfortunately. Jens Tube, Coy Hill is not too hot because, look, it is hot, and it borders sometimes for me, depending on the single barrel. But the flavors are so intense in Coy Hill that I think it's easier to accept the proof when the flavors are so big. But with the George T. Stagg 23... the flavors are a little too thin and even more in the background to the ethanol. And it feels like two separate things. It feels like the ethanol is always driving and the flavor is always trailing behind it when you're drinking it. Okay, so side by side here. Hardin's Claremont and now Russell's. Oh, that's tough. Easy win here on the nose, which is going to go to Hardin's Creek. Concentration of flavor on the nose, Hardin's Creek. These are actually extremely similar profiles. 17-year Beam, 13-year Wild Turkey probably has older stuff in the blend. I think a lot of them did. I don't know about Batch 4 specifically. But the Hardin's Creek has so much more. They smelled nearly identical in terms of profile. The Russell's has that darker fruit note, but it's not enough to send it over the edge. So let's taste the Russell's first. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to get that wave again, that kind of headache, almost not a little bit of nausea, It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting what it does to your body because you're not even drinking the whiskey. I've had some. Like you guys say, you can't spit out George T. Stagg. All right, Hardin's Creek now. This is easy. Hardin's Creek wins. Russell's has a little more pizzazz, given the proof, but it's just such a thinner profile, actually. All right. So there you go. Hardin Street, Claremont's in it. Russell's Batch Force out. We're doing good. We're down to this. We're down to this U, this semicircle. Colt, yes, I did a on Thursday night's live stream 2 nights ago. I did a blind with those two plus all of the campus series. Batch 1, Jacobswell won the entire thing, and Batch 2 came in second to last place. Kind of weird. All right. The weird part is, like, the effect that it has on your body to do this, it's not an inebriating effect. Like, I can tell the whiskey that I've drank. I can tell how that has hit me, which is how I would... it's just what you expect. You drink whiskey, you have the expectation of what it's going to do to your body. And it's just other parts of your body. Like, you feel a little... what's the best word for it? Like a little flighty and anxious and like a little headachy. And that's kind of the effect that it's having on me. But it's not an inebriating sensation. And by the end of this, I don't know. I mean, how many whiskeys did I pull? I think I pulled like 28 whiskeys or something. But after all the side-by-sides, I'll probably end up tasting 60 pours or so and drinking just a couple of them. You know, just a couple sips of a couple of them. I can't imagine doing 100 of these. I can't imagine. My palate is fresh. It's been 3 hours. I'd have to go back and look at how long Fred's stream went on. So this actually gives me more... I feel like you could handle a certain amount of pours of this. Like, I think you could probably get to 100, but I don't know what the time frame was that he did it in. But also, I don't know that Fred went back and, like, did every side-by-side to get to every single individual mid-ranking of a set of 25 or something. That's when it would get crazy, and you'd have to end up doing many more hundreds of side-by-sides within the 100 pours. So I don't think it's a great system, but he did over 5 hours. Okay. Wow. But I will say, like, spitting it is... I looked at... when I dumped the spit bucket 30 minutes ago, it's like, oh my God, if I put that much whiskey in my body and I didn't spit that out, I would be dead, you know? Yeah. Cheers, guys. Thanks for being here. This is fun. Do I save the bucket? Everyone, Hawkeye, no, I don't save the bucket and make a bottle. No. Wow, Spurgy says 04. I bet 04 was awesome. And I don't know about 16. I don't think I've tried 16. Those older ones, there's something really, really special about them. But enjoy the 23 over my 16. Okay. Wow. All right. Let's keep it going. And now it's time to knock out... Because, look, it could be the case that both of these 13th colonies should be top, you know, let's say, for instance, number 1 and number 2 of my top 5. I don't want that to happen. Like, there's no point. 1 is good enough. If that were to be the case, if they even make the top 5. So let's knock one of them out now. Between the Junkies 10-year pick and the Double Oak. They literally have the same stats. They have the exact same proof of 136.8. They are both 10 years old. The stats are identical, except for the Double Oak has the extra oak. Let's clear these glasses. Do a little more. Infinity Bucket. For the 118 people in here, if you haven't hit that like, please hit the like button. It's easy. It's free. It helps the channel a lot. And now it's time to blow my palate out with 13th Colony Motor Oil. James, looks like complete and utter chaos. That's one way of putting it. Cool. So again, 136.8, 10 years, both of them. Let's start with the Junkies pick. This is the third of the 3 Junkies picks to appear tonight. One of them still in play, which is the Sagamore Rye, the Virtue Rye. Thank you, Jens Tube says. 102 likes, not an awful ratio. Let's get to 100% for old Micro Cam. I mean, what a nose on that whiskey. What a nose, man, on this single barrel pick, which I just want to point this out. I mean, it is, the color of these two is, it's so close. It's so close between them. And the Junkies pick might be darker than the Double Oak. I'm holding it up against a light in front of me. I legitimately think it's darker than the Double Oak. And I know the Double Oak doesn't have as much in the bottle, so I'm comparing by the glass. And right now, side by side against the same light, their pick is darker. That is why, and we talked a little at the beginning of the stream, and all the rumors circulating about them and 13th Colony, and I'm trying not to get myself in trouble again, but I think the possibility is on the table of extra oak going into these single barrels, because for that to be as dark as something that's been transferred into new oak barrel for like 4 to 6 years, and also had maple staves added, or spirals, or whatever they do. There's some extra thing they do to the double oaked. It doesn't seem likely that it would be still darker. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, and I don't get it. Look at that. So, and they cite their Georgia climate. I get it. But I saw an email, and the email said, it admitted to sourcing, but it said, we will never buy and bottle. We will always buy barrels, and it has to age in our Georgia climate because that's where we believe the magic is. So, and like that's saying like we have to buy it, and it has to get aged here. If you buy those, like, is the climate really going to make the whiskey black, or is there extra oak being added? Because that's the only way I can imagine. I'm happy to be wrong. I really am. Texas whiskey's really dark too. But this is crazy. The other curiosity I have about it is there another distillery close by, even remotely close by, with even a remotely similar warehouse as a point of reference to compare? I know they admitted to contract distilling. And again, let me be clear, just like Mike is saying, I don't care, because I care about transparency, and I care if you are blatantly lying. That would be a problem for me. But the fact of the matter is, these 2 whiskeys are here tonight for a reason, because they're some of the best whiskeys I've tasted this year. And I can almost guarantee you that they're going to be somewhere in my, whatever my top 5 means. To me, I can't stop drinking them. But it is weird, because it's the same thing as like Preservation Distillery. Preservation Distillery will not put straight bourbon on their labels. It's rare antique bourbon, or whatever they say. I don't like that. If it's not labeled straight, I want to know why. I'm not hung up on the contract distilling. I don't care about that. I don't think anybody really should. We're in the day and age of NDPs. You know, no one's asking questions when Heaven's Door bottles, presumably Tennessee Distilling Company, for their 10-year Decades release. No one bats an eye at that. So why should anyone care if 13th Colony's contract distilling? I don't care. I do care if there are weird things going on with the whiskey, but if there's not weird things and it's just oak spirals, but we're not talking about it and it's going into the single barrels, that's not a problem for me. The whiskey's great. I don't know what's going on. These are all the different, like, you know, things that I've heard that people think it could be, and I wouldn't care if it was. The only thing that I care about with any whiskey ever is that there's no flavoring and that there's no color. And they say explicitly that they don't do that. So if that's the case, I'm cool. Just, you know, I just wonder why straight's not on the label. That feels weird. Spurgy, what if it's wave staves? Well, then they're rebarreling it, and they should say that they're rebarreling it. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. Again, I am not pointing like any fingers or blame. I'm not. All I'm saying is that it's really, really weird, and I'm saying that the language that I've seen, the verbiage that is being used, feels slippery and like lawyer speak a lot of the time. That's why I would love to get them on and talk about it. And they saw the last video when I talked about their stuff, and they emailed me after. And and if they watch this right now, there's no bad blood. There's no ill will. I would just love to get to the bottom of it, because people are, like, there's a large amount of people asking questions about it, and it is a curious thing. It really is. I think we would all love it if it was just something really innocuous, and if straight showed up on the labels, that would be really cool. I am wondering, does anybody know in the chat, if you add maple staves, if you add a wood other than oak to an oak barrel, does that mean you can no longer call your whiskey straight? Or can you call it straight bourbon whiskey finished with maple staves or pine, or, you know, insert wood? William Molnar's going to have a friggin' heyday with that one. But you can't call it straight at that point, right? You have to say straight bourbon whiskey finished with XYZ if it's not oak. Is that right? Cheers. What's up, Brandon? Depends on the timing of the stave ad. Is that because if it was in the initial maturation, you would have to basically get it to a certain age before you added it? Is that why because straight would have to be 4 years old unless you add the age statement prior? So as long as it's 4 years old, then if you added that other wood stave, then you could call it straight whiskey finished in something? So here's a deal on the nose between these two. Oh, Jack Daniels 20. I forgot Jack Gold. You have to list the finish. Right. And maybe they just don't. And again, speculative. Let's say that they were doing that with maple, because I think they say that the double oaked is with maple, if I'm not mistaken. 13th Colony, double oaked maple. I think they say that, right? Yeah, finished with toasted maple wood. And they're used to using like staves and spirals, whatever the case, because they also do it with Amburana. And maybe they just don't want to say exactly what they're using. Like, they don't want to call it straight bourbon finished with whatever the proprietary stave is, because maybe they want to keep that a secret. I could see that being a reason, and I totally get it. I get it. Keep it under your belt if it's something if that were to be the case. Of course. I'm not saying it is. Right. Makers lists out the 10 Virgin Oak staves. Okay. Well, regardless, that's not what the stream is about. I knew it was going to come up because I've got these two in the mix, because why? They're the best. They're two of the best whiskeys I've tasted all year and in many years. The Junkies 10-year pick smells like a dusty whiskey. It smells like a modern day dusty. It's remarkable how this thing smells. It is. This might be just easily my favorite whiskey of the year. It's like maple. It's maple coffee, and it's as dark on the nose as like a old Granddad 114 from the 80s. The 89 that I have, it has resemblances of that. I can't believe it. It's if I could drink a modern day whiskey every day until I die, King of Kentucky's in the running for sure. This is also in the running. This single barrel. And then you go over to the double oaked. The double oaked is a little too much for me in the comparison. It's like it feels a little fake because the finish is so freaking strong. It's got a little craftiness to it as well. And it goes full on savory mode. It's what do you want to say? There's bacon in here. There's that soy sauce kind of note. Hoisin maybe. It's so good. So I don't really care as long as there's no colorings or additives, and they say there's not. As long as that's not the case, I don't care what they're doing. Transparency would be nice. Or even if they can't tell you exactly what's going on, just something to lead you in some direction to know that there's no funny business. That's it. And make the language on the website more clear and the language on the bottle as clear as possible to reflect what is, in my opinion, from these single barrels, one of the most quality products on the market. Unbelievable. The double oaked has no chance. It has no chance. The Junkies 10-year pick. If you see a 13th Colony pick, buy it. I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know how they achieve this color. Apparently they can even get this color on like a 6-year. Which again is like a curiosity. But if they can get this color on these picks, whatever's going on, the flavor's so good. Ah, Bill, this is interesting. Bomburgers, which says straight on the bottle, is aged in Chinkapin aged. A portion of it's aged in Chinkapin, but it doesn't say so on the label. Huh. Is that because Chinkapin is an American oak variety, though, right? So maybe there's some gray area there. Yeah, Chinkapin oak is a member of the white oak group. So I bet you can get away with using that and not specifically identifying it. But if anyone else has any information, please share it. You know, the other thing is about like all the ECBP stuff and all of like the 13th Colony we're talking about. The point of the discussion is not necessarily to throw any shade at the companies or whatever. I think the real goal is to speak carefully about it, as carefully as you can, without adding a disclaimer to every single sentence you speak. The real goal is just for everybody to come to a better understanding by digging, finding better information, sharing the information, and continuing to have the community like learn together. At least that's my goal. And so that's why I think we should talk about things like this as opposed to shying away from it, because it's not disrespect. Rare Bird. Dang, Rare Bird. That's a name that doesn't pop up in the chat often, man. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. So I can't believe, this 13th Colony single barrel. I cannot believe it. Now that that's there and we're whittled down, it's time to start trying some of the things that I suspect might not make it further, but let's see what happens. In that category is going to be the Still Austin High Rye Bottled and Bond, the Peerless High Rye Bottled and Bond, which has a 10... Oh, it's not bottled and bond, excuse me. Just the Peerless High Rye, which has a 10.6 proof advantage. So let's do a quick little refill on these. And maybe we throw one more in the mix here just for, just to keep things going. Does anything even really make sense? Let's put the Old Forester. Why not? The Old Forester Bottled and Bond. So we're proof-wise, we're between 100 to 110.6. Age-wise, we're probably looking 5 to 6 on the Still Austin. I think Nancy said the Peerless High Rise, I don't know. Let's just say 5. And then the Old Forester is 9. So, okay, let's go. Now that I'm this far into the stream, 3 hours, 15 minutes, revisiting some of the pours from earlier in the night, even within this one singular tasting, my memory of the Peerless High Rye, it's actually coming off a little bit fruitier, a little sweeter right now, and I like that about it. So I did just refill the glass. It had a little bit of whiskey in there that had been sitting out for probably at this point 2 hours. And that whiskey will certainly change as it sits out, gets air, evaporation, all that kind of good stuff. So I don't know if that's the culprit. Maybe I should have covered the used glasses, but they've all had the same treatment. Joe Dickinson, you need to look into the O's. Joe, can you find a link for that for me? Because when I was looking for it the other day, I felt like I was coming up with nothing about it. They were saying it's made with filter barrel leftovers. What does that mean exactly? I wonder if 13th Colony is using a similar process. Eric, this Old Forester Bottled and Bond is from the 117 series. It's a distillery kind of special series. It's not unobtainium, but it's also not easy to get necessarily. And the secondary upcharge is stupid for these. It's come down in recent years, but it's still stupid, in my opinion. But this one is age stated at 9 years old. I keep clinking these. I'm so sorry. Peerless, again, with that bubblegum note from earlier, it has many characteristics of a Barton product, but hitting way above its age. You know what the Still Austin Bottled and Bond, the high rye bourbon smells like? When I was a kid, I grew up in a neighborhood that was like, it was a new development, and so they were always building new houses. And so me and my friends, between 2nd and 4th grade, 2nd and 5th grade, something like that, we would run around the neighborhood on our bikes. We would go to all the new houses and basically cause trouble. The houses that were being built that didn't have walls, it was just, raw wood. And the house is going up in a porta potty, we would just cause trouble. That's the best way to put it. And that smell of all the soil, the dug up dirt and the raw wood, that is what the Still Austin High Rye Bottled and Bond smells like, along with those grapefruit kind of notes that I talked about earlier. Ian Stoop says, Cam, where do you land on Penelope? They pump so much out, but I rarely see it on a top list. I don't think it really has much of a chance of being on a top list. I did see that they put out a 9-year age-stated product, and I would be curious to know. I believe it was a Kentucky-Indiana blend. So I don't know where they were sourcing the Kentucky portion from. You can imagine it could be Barton, but it could also be other places too. I feel like that bottle probably has some potential, and I think Penelope are fine blenders and great blenders in some cases. And shockingly, I liked some of the early batches of their barrel strength. Batch 6, I have a backup actually. It just hits this weird spot of young MGP bourbon that I think is almost perfect for me. And Rosé Cask Batch 2. For some reason, that particular batch, I tried some of the other ones. Batch 2 Rosé was great. But they all have I mean, it's not meant to be a really old whiskey. And it's not meant to have those kind of flavors. So I don't think you're going to find it on many top lists. At this point, it has turned very heavily in my mind towards the marketing. And it always was that. But I always thought, well, maybe let's see what happens with the age of the products. But they've really turned into the finishing stuff. They've turned into the heavy marketing, and I don't know. I don't dislike it, and I would never say something necessarily negative about Penelope. But it's found a niche, and it's really sticking with it, and good for them, you know. And they sold. I think they sold, and they made a lot of money on that. And you set yourself up for life. That's freaking awesome. Oh, wow. Colt 45. I would imagine it's the barrel char caught in the screen. Maybe they're adding barrel char from previously dumped barrel. That would be... Have you ever heard of that? Outside of the OCD premium that Joe was talking about, which, again, is like a mystery to me. Oh, MGP bought them. There you go. All right, I'm at this point I'm just tired. It's been you know, this is tiring but fun. But yeah, I mean, like, the Penelope doing what they did, they took the market by storm because of the marketing. Like, the marketing up front was great. Everybody saw the potential in the product. Even if some of the blends were like, well, it's young whiskey, but let's see what happens, you know? The message was great. The story was great. Everything about them was great. I still think they're some of the prettiest bottles on the market. I'm not somebody now, like, I used to buy every release. I had every barrel strength from batch 5, I think, to batch 12 or something. And I was like, I got to stop this. Because as I went through and tasted them, they were, to their credit, they were pretty damn consistent, actually. But it wasn't one of those things that every year I felt like it was getting measurably better in some of those blends. It was staying very consistent to what it was in the beginning. And so, I don't mean the very beginning. I mean, like, I came in right around batch 4, batch 5 barrel strength. Yeah. So hats off to them for doing what they did, for selling, for, yeah, all of it. I mean, I think it's great. Bill, Michter's 10 is in, but I just haven't gotten there yet because I was kind of saving it, you know? All right, so that was Old Forester Bottled and Bond 9-year. Now we'll go Peerless High Rye Burp. Actually, we're going to go Still Awesome because of the same proof. Sorry, I was muted. Well, be glad you missed that. I was basically just saying Still Austin is not a Whiskey of the Year material, but it's so nostalgic for me. And I love when whiskey can capture, I don't want to necessarily say the word terroir. I like that, but when it can capture nature and outdoorsiness, just generally speaking, not necessarily where exactly it was aged, where the grains were grown, etc., but just when I smell a certain whiskey and I have a scene in my head, an outdoor scene that I've experienced in my life, or maybe it's an imaginative scene, that to me is really like a special thing. And I get that from this Still Austin, but it's not worthy of being in this lineup after this point. But of the bottles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of these bottles, which is like such an imperfect list, it's just what I have here, sample and bottle wise, it would be number 11, or I haven't done this River Roots, which I just remembered. I have this sample. Let's say it would be my number 12 of the bottles I own, and that's pretty cool. I think at $80, a little overpriced for this age on a bottled and bond high rye, but it's Still Austin. We want to support this brand, for me at least, and hats off to them. What did I say, Travis? Travis, what did I say? Now I'm like, oh geez, I'm freaking out. What could I have said? Jens Tube, how are you still articulate after 3 hours of swishing whiskey? I'm spitting most of it. I feel fine. Oh, when I was muted, I got you. Yeah, it's because I'm spitting, and I will say one thing: I trained in college because I partied so much in college. I mean, I know that's like not an uncommon thing to say. That's not a revolutionary thing to say. I don't mean that in that way. But like, I partied to a point where I had to function in many environments being inebriated, just irresponsibly. And I kind of like practiced, even back then, 10 years ago, being articulate in those environments, which has since served me actually pretty well at like donor functions when everybody's drinking and you're like, for symphony things or for my own like solo performances after, when you would go meet donors and meet people attending the concert. It has served me well, like, to have practiced that in college. There's a little bit of that at play, which I try to always keep on the live streams. I try to do my best to stay articulate even when I'm feeling the whiskey, but tonight it's really just because I'm spitting. All right, let's clear the palate. Jens Tube, no, I went to a small school here called Capital. It's right by Ohio State. But basically, it's a small private school, big for nursing and big for music, maybe some other things too. And then I went out of state for my master's, and that was not party time. My master's wasn't party time. Wow, thank you, Joe. So, yes, I can't wait to see that link. It says they were saving the sludge from the standard OCD poured barrels and adding it to the one that was going to be the premium. That's interesting, huh? I don't know if that's maybe that's a common thing and we just don't know it. And now finally, Peerless High Rye and the Old Forester 100. My body is like starting to feel it. The Peerless is doing a little better for me right now than it was earlier even. All right, and back to the Old Forester. I feel like I still don't have an accurate answer between these two. Surprisingly, the Peerless is shaping up to be a challenge for this this Old Forester bottled in bond 9 year, and I just want to make sure I get it right. All right, back to Peerless. It's closer than I would have thought, but they're just different styles. The Peerless High Rye versus the Old Forester bottled in bond 9. I'm going to have to go Old Forester still, but the Peerless is... yeah, it's a great whiskey. It's a great whiskey. That's it. It's out, but it's good. Nicholas says, Cam, I grew up in Grove City, played in Capitol's Wind Ensemble Clinic between. So Nicholas, who was the conductor in the? So if you played in 8th and 9th grade, you're probably in junior winds. I mean, I don't know what they called, depending on. Not to be blunt, but depending on how old you are, would depend. Like if it was George Edge conducting or Jim Dowdy conducting, Jeff Gershman. I'm curious. Oh, the camp. So Swearingen was probably a part of it at that point, right? Swearingen, and if you went, I mean, if you grew up in Grove City, then you probably had Swearingen, right? Or did you have George Edge? So, guys, I think if I get this down, we are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We are now down to a top. Shit, I think that's 11 actually. 3, 3, 3. We're at 11. If I get this down to 9 or 8, I'll call it a night. Because this stream was never intended to get down to the actual final list of what it is. It was meant to get me really, really close, to test them all, to talk about it with you guys, and we've gone for 3.5 hours. Again, thanks for being here. Thanks for those of you who have super chatted and supported tonight. I appreciate it. It's money in exchange for brain cells and liver cells, I think, at this point. But again, starting on Monday will be my top 5 list, counting down each day 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for those 5 days. Okay, yeah, ECBPC 923 is still in. I mean, a lot of these haven't faced each other yet. You know, we've been kind of whittling it down, and I need to go back through here and kind of check. You know, I could do losers brackets at some other time, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not that serious about this list. But I would like to go back through the stream and just get a feel for what beat what and kind of make a little graph for myself just to have. There you go, man. Swearingen at camp and Edge in high school. That's awesome. YinsTube, it didn't necessarily knock it. I would have left George TN, but I'm basing that more on price availability and the fact that that's, for me, not a good George T. Stagg batch. I got 0 bookers this year, unfortunately. It's not been my thing. All right. Let's do a couple more, and then we'll call it. It's time for the Junkies Rye to go up against something. Let's make it tough. Let's do a 3-way here and see which one gets knocked out of the 3. Junkies Rye, Discovery 11, Actually, yeah. Junkies Rye, Discovery 11. No, we have to do one more before we do this. I apologize. I'm sorry for the false alarm. This is one I said that we would do earlier, and we haven't gotten to it yet, and we must do it now. It's going to be Jack Daniel's Single Barrel Barrel Proof Rye up against that River Roots Single Barrel finished in port casks. Toshi, by the way, I got a message from somebody. Toshi, I'm not sure. Oh, you are still here. Yeah, and you're dropping bomb comments like that. Toshi, I was reached out to, I think I'm good saying that. Someone reached out to me about the River Roots, and they said that actually the 13-year age statement is 7 years plus 6 in port, and they had confirmed that with somebody. So I'll actually ask the River Roots folks if that's the case, but this person seemed pretty damn confident about it. So for now, I'm going to go under the assumption that that might be the case, because it also sounds more reasonable, frankly, for just given everything about it. The stats, the age, the price. What did Mike say? Someone's talking about weeders. Mike, the Larceny barrel proofs to me are just not that impressive, man. I think if I put a Larceny barrel proof against anything in front of me, you obviously can't know until you do it. I don't think it's gonna do well. I think they have a lane, but that lane to me is not a bourbon of the year kind of lane. Toshi, I'm going to ask them because they contacted me anyways. So I'm going to ask them and confirm. Hopefully they will. I would imagine that wouldn't be a problem for them to confirm that. The rumor's probably nice that it's 19, Joe, man, I saw the Naptown post about that pick. That's awesome. Yeah, you can guess if it's good or not. I would imagine it's probably one of the best picks. All right, so here we go. River Roots, which is going to beat out the Jack Daniels by about 10 proof points. On the nose, the River Roots. Say that 3 times fast after you've tasted this many whiskeys. River Roots. It's like saying rural. River Roots on the nose, a little more pure. Down the middle, pure. I did taste this, 2 nights ago on that live stream, and it does have this little sappiness. This it does have an acetone note, and actually this Jack does as well. So that's kind of an interesting comparison. In this case, because of the higher proof of the River Roots, that is coming off more acetone-like, and it's totally negating the acetone note I got earlier on the Jack, and I don't even smell it at this point. Yeah, Joe, that is, unfortunately, I don't want to say it's a hard and fast rule for me, but it's pretty damn consistent that it's not, look, I drink Larceny C922 because I like the whiskey. I don't reach for any of the 23 batches, and I do think that weeders tend to need more age. Toshi, that again is like kind of slippery language there. I guess not. It's yeah. Still could be slippery, although, yeah, okay. I'll check it out. Spencer, I don't think it was necessarily that he was in the mood for a weeder. I think it stood out because it's a spicy whiskey. I really think that's what it was. There's an and in there. And 6 years. I think and Toshi is still slippery unless it said plus. I feel like plus or in it. You know what I mean? Like and could still be misconstrued. But I don't even know if it's them being slippery. I think it could be seal by like who you don't even know who wrote that description, and I don't even know if it would be intentional in that case. On the nose, because of just the depth and richness of this River Roots, with 6 years in a port cask plus either 7 or 13 years of primary aging, It is so dense, so packed with flavor, even though a little harsh on the top note with that acetone and kind of just really aggressive, sappy acetone thing that reminds me of a light whiskey a bit. When you compare it to the Jack Single Barrel Rye, the rye to me is a little artificial smelling because there's so much banana in there. Jared Lesher, not sure how I'm just now subscribing. Better late than never. Cheers, Cam. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Cheers. First sip of this, well, not first of the night, but first in this little tasting of this Jack Rye for you, man. I just love the fudge brownie notes in these Jacks. So good. Yeah, Joe, I agree, man. Nothing will ship from them. I know it's been the holidays, but like this was a work week and nothing shipped. Stuff that I ordered quite a while ago. Thank you, YinsTube. Yeah, guys, if you're new to the stream, I really love that you're here. Thank you so much, and please do drop a like. That would help so much. All right, now on to the River Roots. Wow. That is, man, I'm telling you, that is a top whiskey. I hate to eliminate Jack this early because it would probably still beat some things on the table. But again, this is not about ranking every single thing. It's only about whittling it down to the top 5 for me. So Jack is going away. But given its availability, proof, price point, everything, flavor profile, that is a great whiskey. I'm so glad they came out with it this year. Sorry, body is telling me no. Shut up, body. Great whiskey, but it's not going to hold up to this River Roots, which is just a substantial whiskey. Wow. Wow. I'm telling you, I cannot believe how good that is. I wish I would have bought a bottle. God, I wish I would have bought one. All right. All right, now let's do one final tasting, and we're gonna the Michter's 10 might not even get a go tonight. I wanna leave the Michter's 10. Well, here, let's do this. Let's make this fun. Let's do 2 more tastings because I want to taste it at least once tonight, right? So let's do 2 more tastings, and they're gonna be this. It's gonna be the Old Forester 117 series bottled and bond, so 100 proof, versus Hardin's Creek Claremont at 110. Yeah. That's not even a good comparison. So let's just do these 2 first. No chugging the bucket, system trend. No chugging. Definitely not the bucket. I'll chug other things maybe, but not the bucket. All right, let's see here. Wow. All right. Let's see. I need to get a little more Old Forester in the glass. A Camfinity. Yeah. Jeez. All right. I have tacos waiting for me after. Only 3 leftover tacos, but man. And some shrimp and some bison meatballs that Sarah made. I mean, what is life? Life is good right now. Whiskey and meat. 10 proof difference, quite a bit of an age difference, although the Old Forester does drink above its age. Deep fried deals, I've never had any of the ASW stuff. Someone once upon a time was talking to me about sending a sample pack of like ASWs, but I don't remember who it was and it never happened. William Molnar says, I'll Venmo you $100 to chug the bucket. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it, man. There's no way. Because if you guys have ever, I mean, it looks revolting, because if you guys ever have done this before and tasted whiskeys and spit them, all of these things coagulate in there and it looks friggin' gross. And I know that's just whiskey and my spit, and I still don't want it. So I'm good. Can you at least taste it? System Trinwell. No. Stop it. Yeah. I know I'm going to beg him for an ounce. I'll super chat another $100. Guys, don't do this to me. Do not. Because there is a point. I mean, there is a monetary level where you go, this might be worth it. Don't do that to me. Okay? No, please stop. Yen's Tube, please stop that shit. Do not say that. All right, here we go. What is this stream? What is... What... It's not late enough for that. VG says, no, don't do it. I know. It's not just money. It's also dignity. You know what I mean? Name the price, man. Frothy, but I can't. All right, guys. Great stream. I'll see you tomorrow. Just kidding. I'll see you. Actually, Patreon. I'll see you tomorrow. I have to do that. We have to do a drawing for the giveaway tomorrow. We have 2 winners for the last 2 months. We have 5 people in now? No, we don't. Just please stop. VG's now saying it might not be that bad, though. I have to stop. We have to stop this. 800 should do it. It's awesome. Happy New Year, John Cloud. We're really ringing in the new year, huh? How much is in here? I mean, guys, oh, that looks so gross. It looks like chunks of, like clumped up cocoa powder floating around in a brown liquid. And honestly, I would be pretty drunk after doing that. So no. I do appreciate the financial incentive, though. I mean, you do have me thinking. You do have me thinking. I will say that. Joe Dickinson. Look, if we cross, if there's a comma involved, you know, then we're kind of talking. It's like bobbing for apples. Oh my God. I like bourbon a lot. Thank you for the $10 super chat and the encouragement. But $10 isn't really going to get us anywhere, but I appreciate the $10. All right. Old Forester. We're just adding to it now. Joe, what's your number to drink Minnick's bucket? It's got to have 2 commas. Unreal, Joe. Great comment. Great comment. Yins Tube, another super chat, says, do it. I'm not doing it. I could never live with myself. Unless there was enough money to live with myself. Or live by myself, because then Sarah sees it and she goes, ugh. All right. One more round back and forth, Hardens Creek, Claremont to Old Forester 117 as we stack into the $500 bucket, which is not going to happen. All right. The alcohol kills the germs. Keep telling yourself that, Joe. So the Old Forester Bottled and Bond 117 is surprisingly good. Surprisingly close to this Claremont. It's a totally different kind of whiskey. But the drinking experience is so good. And it really comes down to what you value here. Do you like big funky oak notes from the Hardin's Creek like Jim Beam? And Mark, I'll do it for 100. Exactly, Toshi. Exactly. I want that 700 mil. Yeah, people are quickly bouncing off the stream like, what am I watching? I don't blame you. Save yourself. I am shocked at how challenging this is between these two bottles because of the experience of drinking the one or tasting the 117 is really good. It just can't compete with the Hardin's Creek though. So before I let the Old Forester 117 series go, before I let it go, we're going to finally pull in the Michter's 10. We're going to do a quick little side-by-side because I am curious of the differences here. Jason Zell, thank you for this, Jason. Amazing info. There we go, Toshi, in the chat. So, Jason, I did wonder how they knew about the fact that I was tasting it on that stream. So that does explain it, which is cool. I think it's phenomenal whiskey, and I said it again tonight. I really do. So hats off to those guys. I don't think it's overfinished, which is crazy. I really don't. So 13 years total. All right, so they have some 9-year beam-sourced barrels dropping in January. I'm going to look out. I mean, if anybody has a spare River Roots bottle like that, I would pay over SRP for one of those if anybody wants to sell one. You know, just let me know. There's no secondary price for those because it was one single barrel and they don't move on secondary. But if anybody wants $50, I would happily take that off your hands. I'm not kidding because it's so good. I really love that whiskey. And so does Sarah, actually. She loves it. All right. So Old Forester 117, before I let it go. Oh, God, yeah. So the Michter's. Butter pecan and the Michter's. Butter pecan, molasses. It has that watery bourbon note to it because it is so watered down. And it does have that acetone note, which comes from Brown-Forman products. Wink, wink. I mean, we all kind of assume that this Michter's 10 is watered down King of Kentucky. Joe, the Peerless was the high rye. All right. And the Old Forester next to it, much fruitier, much more lively, much more yeasty. So easy decision here on the nose, even though the Old Forester is a higher proof. Yeah, Yen's tube, me too, but honestly, you know, any higher than that, it starts becoming King of Kentucky. Bill, this Michter's barrel is 23A 0307. And it's not as good as the one Joe sent, which I think was A 0293. Yes, I still have it on a post-it note on my desk because if I see a 0293, I'm buying it at secondary price because that barrel was out of this world good. Mine is just very good whiskey. All right, now I'll taste it. That's so good. So yeah, the Old Forester's out for sure. And now we're really left with a pretty good smattering here of bottles. The Junkies Rye has remained unchallenged from earlier. And so I think the next logical place for the Junkies Rye to go is to challenge the Bardstown Discovery 11. I'm down to the top 8. I think this is a good list. I really feel good about this list. So what do you guys think? You want to do one more? Maybe the Junkies Rye versus Discovery 11, and then we call it a night? We're almost at 4 hours, which is crazy. One of the longer streams. Yeah, Joe, to me, I mean, I would never know that's a high rye bourbon, and I don't know the mash bill. To me, it was just a really surprisingly good bourbon from Pierre. Like, I just couldn't believe it was. I could not believe it was that good. I didn't really care, I guess, so much about the style of being high rye. I didn't think of it that way, and maybe I should have. Because when you taste the Still Austin high rye, you go, oh yeah, I get it. It's high rye because all that spice and all of those weird citrus notes, but like different citrus, like grapefruit, you know? Jens Tube, I think that's probably the case because, I mean, I've never even had the chance to get a President's Choice. And I've never thought about buying one on secondary because they're really good, but I'd rather just save up and blow more money on a King of Kentucky than I would a President's Choice. Bill, I've had a few. My fave is 0034. Okay. That's good to know. John, we don't know that Michter's 10 is the same. It has been long rumored that they have sourced these, a lot of Brown-Forman barrels for some of their releases. And in this case, I actually, and again, total anecdotal evidence, so don't take my word for it, but I did take my King of Kentucky and proof it way, way down. Slowly, actually. Like, I didn't dump it all in at once. I was sitting with it on the couch one night. Michter's 2023, and then King of Kentucky, and I proofed the King of Kentucky down over the course of like 30 minutes. I got it to what felt like the same proof as the Michter's 2023, and I'll be damned if they don't taste so close. And it's like, this tastes like the same stuff. And it might not be. That could have been in my head. But some of those Brown-Forman like acetone notes give the Michter's 10 away in my mind. Yeah. Kind of an oat note to that. Wilmo 18 back at it again with the chat comments. Let's go. That's funny. I wonder, Bill says, I wonder how the Old Forester would do with water to proof it to where Michter's. Oh, which Old Forester, Bill? Like the one I was just tasting, the 9-year bottled and bond? I don't think it's going to get close. The profiles are different. It's brighter, yeastier, fruitier. And earlier, it tasted dark next to some other really good bottles, but when you put it next to the Michter's, which is so dark because of all the age on it, again, these are presumably like 14, 15 years old. I'll have a little sip. Oh, it's just so good. Okay. Last comparison, then I'm going to get out of here. So River Roots, for me, is totally in the top 7 or 8. The nose is the rough part, and I did put some water in it on Thursday night, which rounded that out and made it even better, I think. I'm so deep in this stream, my AirPods are dying. I don't think that's ever happened on a stream before. I only have them in so I can listen to the music, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. But I always need to know that it's playing or, know if something weird's happening. All right, Bardstown Discovery 11. I actually want a fresh pour of this. I just fresh poured the Virtue Rye, so let's get a fresh pour of the Bardstown. What a difference that makes. That fresh pour versus what was sitting out in the glass for the last few hours. Totally different. That's tough. The Virtue Rye is very one-dimensional on the nose, and in that root beer way, that root beer, I mean, what else is in there? It's just all cola. I mean, it really is just root beer and Coke. So I'll taste that first. Yeah, it's a great palate. It is one-dimensional. That's the complaint on that one. But it's one of those things that is so dedicated to what it is that I love drinking it because I know exactly what I'm going to be getting. Mike Ives, I get a lavender floral note on the Disco 11, though it could just be subliminal from the label. I could see that. Let's see. No, you're totally right. And Mike, well, AirPods. Hang on. Let's see. Audio. My right AirPod probably has a little charge left in it, huh? And out here. Okay. Cool. So the Discovery. Oh, Jared, you got that rye one, yeah. The Discovery 11, I would liken that lavender note. I totally get the lavender. To me, that intermingles with the really fresh. I mean, when I say fresh cherry, I really mean that. Like, not syrupy cherries, no, it's just super fresh, vibrant, bright cherry notes. The lavender actually intermingles with those cherry notes for me, and it kind of becomes one thing. And it also, it's like cherry, lavender, and then a little bit of, and the lavender's kind of perfume-like. And on top of it is just this pepper note. So it's this weird combination of extremely bright, vibrant things. Fresh cherry, lavender, perfume, white pepper. It's kind of a unit in the whiskey. And then underneath it for me is like the base layer underneath that unit is probably that, peanut butter turkey funk. Yeah. That's kind of how, and then a little leather too. All right, I'll do one more side by side on that. Got to clear my palate. Okay. Man, what a night. 4-hour stream. Incredible. Okay. Jens Tube says 132 likes. Bet we can get to 140 quick. That would be awesome. Toshi, I do think it is. Yeah, based on the profile. Yeah, Jens Tube. No, I'm not sure about that. All right, we'll start with Discovery this time. And Discovery 11 is just so good. Oh my God, it's so good. All right, back to the rye one more time. God, I muted the mic. God bless America. What I was saying, I'm an idiot, is I can't make a decision on this right now. I am a little fried, and I could try to make a decision. I could go back and forth 1 or 2 more times, but what's the use in doing that when I'm going to go through 8 of these now or 7 of them tomorrow, and then pick winners and start on Monday and put these videos out 1 a day. I'd rather approach that with a fresh palate. I will say, at the end of this process tonight, it would be interesting for me to go and see how many whiskeys I actually tasted, counting duplicates. I'm not, and I did sip some of them. I drank some of them. I am feeling the effects of whiskey more than the amount that I drank, I have to imagine. Like, I do feel I'm between tipsy and inebriated for sure by the end of this. I have drank G T Stagg and other high proofers tonight, even the 13th Colonies. But I do think over this course of time, I do think it's possible. I don't think it's consistent in your result, probably, if you recreated it. I think it's possible to taste a significant number of whiskeys in one sitting over the course of many hours like we've done tonight, or more hours. And especially when you don't drink any. But I don't think the accuracy for me would fall apart when I'm trying to think of all the whiskeys behind me that I've eliminated to try to rank those against each other. Man, that's a guessing game if you're not going to do all those comparisons. But this has been a great learning experience tonight. And I would rather approach these last ones with a fresh palate. But I will end the night with sipping some of this Junkie's 13th Colony pick, because it's just phenomenal stuff. Colt says this should be the normal stream length. My God. Nothing a little hair of the dog. No. Tomorrow there is no drinking. Actually, you know what? That's a lie. Toshi, you're still here. Tomorrow, Sarah wants to open the Ingle Nook tomorrow. So I was thinking maybe we save. So Sarah and I, we're getting out of some debt, and that's, that's slated to happen in the spring, fully out of this debt. And I was going to save the Ingle Nook for that, but she wants to open it on New Year's Eve. And I was like, you know what? We never do anything on New Year's Eve. She goes to bed early, and it's actually kind of fun for me on New Year's Day to wake up and feel good, and we didn't go out and party. So we're gonna open that Ingle Nook tomorrow night, I think, and yeah, I think it'll be great. We might order some food if there's, depending on what restaurants are open. Might go pick up some steaks or something. I know it's not the greatest situation. It'd be better to cook them at home, but maybe order some steaks out. I'll go pick them up and bring them home and enjoy it, which would be awesome. Yeah. So thanks for that, guys. It's for those of you who know anything about wine, which I don't, but this is an Ingle Nook 2015 Rubicon that Toshi gifted us, and it's freaking awesome. I can't wait. It's, it's a significant price tag, but it's more than that for me. I mean, it's just a generous gift from someone who's been so amazing and supportive, and then, you read the reviews of this wine, and it's making my mouth water, and I can't wait to try it. So thank you, Toshi, man. Thanks for everything. Thanks to all of you for everything. It's been, Drums and Drams has been an up and down thing. Here we go. I'm going to speech time. It's been an up and down thing over the last 3 years, and I sincerely appreciate you all standing by me, and all the new folks in here too. As you can see, I think you can feel a little momentum building on the channel, and I can as well. I mean, I've never had so many videos in the bag. I've never been so far ahead on scheduling things out, and have fresh ideas, and have a concept for where I want to take this channel, and the time to do it now that things at work have settled down. And so I'm very excited. And I think I've made some goals for 2024 with the channel. One of those is that this year we do the first barrel pick for Drums and Drams. That's number one. And I haven't determined when in the year, but I've determined that by 10,000 subs, I want to do my first barrel pick, or that's when I want to start talking to somebody, because I think at that point I can sell through the barrel. I think we can get people on the Patreon, which is my other mission this year, is to really define what I want that Patreon to be. I've said it before, and I know nobody should trust me on that until it happens, for sure. But the barrel picks starting at 10K, I would like. And I want to end the year. These are just dumb metrics, but they're from me. I want to end the year with 25,000 subscribers. I want to add 20,000 subs this year, and I think it's totally possible. And the consistency and having a plan is a big part of it. And I have those things in other parts of my life, but with Drums and Drams, you know, it's one of those things that falls by the wayside when life gets stressful. And I think now that I have tenure at my job, life can relax a little. Deep fried deals. Yeah, I would probably do it at 200. Yeah. Rare Bird, what's up, man? Yeah, we're about to wrap up here. I have my top 8 identified. Oh, shit. You know what? It's a top 9. I keep missing this River Root sample because it's a little shorter like me in this lineup. It's okay. I got my top 9. That's more work for me to do tomorrow before Monday I drop my number 5 video. So there we go, guys. Thank you all. I appreciate you being here. And I'll see you soon. Patrons, I'll see you tomorrow for a quick little giveaway drawing. I'll enjoy that Ingle Nook tomorrow night with Sarah. I'll send Toshi a text and say thank you again. And I love you guys. Thank you so much. This is the most fun I have, you know, in my life. Besides a really good concert, playing a really good show is always great. I look forward to Drums and Drams and live, especially live streams, more than anything else. So cheers, guys. We're going to wrap up with this 13th Colony. Dark as motor oil. Don't care what's in this. I just care that it's good. Cheers. And I'll see you guys soon. Thanks. Happy New Year.